right, we are live. Jumped on a little bit early to wait to see who joins us. Poll question today. Have you ever been a Masonic Junior Warden, Second General, or otherwise responsible for refreshment? Let me know in the chat, yes or no. And then we're going to talk about the Junior Warden position. In Freemasonry, because I think that it is a very important part of the craft. And in my opinion, it's actually maybe the most challenging office. It's not the most important. I think the most important position in Freemasonry could either be the deacon or the worshipful master, or maybe secretary. A lot of people would actually be surprised regarding the idea of the secretary. A lot of people might be surprised by the deacon being the most important, but the deacon is an incredibly important position in Freemasonry. But yeah, let's give it a bit of time, see who joins us, and I want to talk about the Junior Warden position. But let's give it a bit of time, see who jumps on. No rush at all, but I always enjoy doing these live streams. So let's give it a bit of time. Like I said, see who joins us. Today, I want to talk about Freemasonry and the Junior Warden position. And welcome. If you're just joining us, we are here today to chat again about Freemasonry as we do every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. Today, I'm going to talk about the Junior Warden position, which I don't think it's the most important position in Freemasonry. I would argue that that is either the deacon, because of his role in the lodge initiation, or the worshipful master, or potentially the secretary. But I do think being the Junior Warden is the hardest position in Freemasonry. And so I want to talk about why that is. I'm just going to wait, give it a bit of time, see who else jumps in the chat and joins us and says hello. You can answer our poll question. There's plenty of fun stuff to chat about, though, as always. And usually the first half hour to an hour really is spent just welcoming people into the chat and talking about whatever it is that you want to talk about. So welcome, and I hope you will jump in the chat and say hello. Also, I found out today is National Thank a Mail Carrier Day. I believe that's just in the States. I'm not sure if that's in Canada as well. But yeah, hopefully, if you guys get the chance, you will thank a mail carrier. As a secretary I can tell you the Canadian Postal Service has been incredibly important to me in my secretarial duties, allowing me to keep in touch with members who do not have internet access necessarily or who aren't comfortable using the internet, as well as mailing various different reports to different Masons, Grand Lodges, mailing tokens, mailing gifts. I use them today for my friend Courtney, so there's a lot. Nicholas Ramita says hello. Hello, Nicholas. Good to see you. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I know you've never been a junior warden, but you have, eaten some of the food. So there's that. Bad weather on Thursday. Is there? Let me see. Weather report Thursday. Windsor looks supposed to be okay, according to what I'm seeing. 39 degrees. Looks like Friday is supposed to be, actually looks like Saturday is supposed to be the really crummy day. Speaking of Thursday, there is a production happening at Windsor Masonic Temple called Rope. Please check it out if you guys are in Windsor. It's a pretty incredible production. So let's see. Thursday morning, yeah, there's some snow. Afternoon, sunny but cloudy. Evening, a mix of sun and clouds. I think it'll be okay, but we'll figure it out. It'll be what it'll be. You just kind of deal with it when it comes up, right? So, but thank you, Nicholas, for joining us. Let's give it a bit of time and see who else jumps in the chat. And we are going to talk today about Masonic Junior Warden, but that's not all we'll talk about. There's going to be a lot of other fun things to chat about as well. So thank you, everybody who has checked out our Medium story recently as well. We just wrote it and it went great. Great to see people tuning into it. Just going to give people a chance to jump on and say hello. Usually it takes about half an hour to an hour for the majority of people to start showing up. So there's no rush. I usually spend the first hour, half an hour to an hour, just kind of chatting in general, taking questions, talking to people. And then we kind of switch it up to talk more about specific topics that I want to discuss. And we'll talk about the contests we have coming up. A lot of fun stuff. So, Nicholas, I think you're going to be okay. I don't think the weather is going to be too bad. I think we'll be able to still have you come out, and it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be fun for both me to have you back around. I always love doing a live stream with you. It'll also be fun for have you at the Masonic Temple that night. Did you watch those 2 paranormal shorts? Not yet. I got till Thursday to watch it though, so we got plenty of time. So there's definitely no rush. Thursday, I will watch them before so I can chat with you about those, and that'll be a good time. That's kind of be maybe the focus of a lot of our conversations, because it's good to have those conversations, right? Or good to have kind of a general thing we can talk about. And let's give it a bit of time, see who else joins us, jumps in the chat, says hello, here to talk about the Junior Warden. And more particularly, what I want to talk about in this case is not so much just what the Junior Warden does. I think we all kind of know. It's more based on it's based more not so much on historically the Junior Warden, more about some of the practical challenges that is faced, or practical challenges that are faced as a Junior Warden, and potentially how it is that we can try to resolve those issues, right? The practical challenges are you're feeding a significant group of individuals, but you don't know the exact numbers. So that's a challenge. You kind of have to have enough food for a variable number of people between 20 to 30, but you don't know the exact number. Combined with nowadays, especially coming up, the cost of food and refreshments, it's going up. So that kind of leaves you with the choice of either ordering from a restaurant, which is always a good idea to support local businesses, but you have to take into account that that's going to be quite expensive versus making it yourself. And how do you do that? It's going to keep the cost down doing everything homemade, but do you have the time and ability to do those things, right? And so it's those challenges that make things really tough. You're also dealing with allergies, as well as potentially dealing with people who might be vegetarian, don't eat meat, lactose intolerant, vegan. You kind of have to take a lot of those things into account as well. So it's very, very challenging to be a Junior Warden. It was the hardest part of my Masonic journey, one of the hardest parts, but both that or when I was second general in Scottish Rite, but we'll talk about it. So jump in the chat, say hello, but that doesn't mean anything we want to chat about with Freemasonry the first hour in. That's kind of always my goal, is to kind of chat about whatever we want to chat about and let people join up and talk about Freemasonry and anything they got going on. And as always, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know what it is that you guys want to talk about. Enter our contest on Patreon. All that stuff is really great. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit that like and subscribe button. We're here today to talk about old school Kevmo. Good afternoon, brother. Good afternoon, Michael Moore. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you are doing well. How is life going? I was going to say south of the border, but I guess north of the border here in Windsor. But how are things going? Busy. Busy is a good thing. Keeps us out of trouble. So I'm guessing you were the vote, right? One of the votes saying yes, you've been a junior warden. No, you've been a junior warden. Let me ask you, what were some of the challenges you found in terms of being a junior warden? And in the meantime, we're going to just wait a bit longer, see who else joins us, wants to chat about Freemasonry. Usually I wait till between 30 minutes to an hour in to start talking about the particular topic. Today I picked junior warden, or more particularly, I think I found some resources that may help junior wardens, or some ideas. Convincing older guys to spend a little more for their light meals. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And that's one of the challenges I talked about, right? It's like, especially now with kind of the economic and political climate in both Canada and the States, prices on food is going up. How do you provide a good meal while also trying to maintain some type of budget for the membership? Because what you can do is potentially like order out or get catered meals. That's going to cost you more, but at the same time, you don't have to worry so much. Or are there ways that you can create the food yourself, buy in bulk? It's going to cost less, but do people have the time to do that with work, family commitments, et cetera, as we always talk about? So that is kind of what I figured I'd chat about. But I'm glad you're doing well. I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, you're going to be at the February 8th event in Detroit. Don't forget, Windsor Lodge is having its official visit on the night before, on the 7th. So maybe you can join us for that as well. If you want to cross the border one more time, it'd be great to have you. Oh, 3 votes. Have you ever been a Masonic Junior Warden or Second General? 2 yeses and 1 no's. Or 1 no. I was saying, when you talk about the most important offices in a Masonic lodge, I don't know if I'd put junior warden at the top. In my opinion, the most important officer is actually the junior deacon, because he is the first one to make contact with a candidate before he starts his Masonic journey. I think the deacon is actually very underappreciated office, followed by the master and secretary, and you can debate which one is the most important. But I definitely think being the junior warden is the hardest position in a lodge, because there's so many factors to consider. You have to figure out, okay, how do we keep everybody happy when you consider things like food allergies, vegetarians, dietary restrictions. Then you combine that with trying to figure out how you deal with the budget, as Michael Moore pointed out. Then you deal with the time it takes to prepare the meals, or if you don't have the time, you order out, but that gets more expensive. That becomes a fight. There's a lot in there. So I I found this gentleman by the name of Kevin Ashton, goes online as Old School Kevmo. I actually would love to have him on the podcast, but I think he's a really potentially valuable resource and has some good ideas. He is a cook in a sorority house. So he every day is cooking, for I understand, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 25 members in the sorority house. And how he goes about that and the practical steps to do it and the type of food he prepares for them. I think there's a value there in talking about it. What's the best officer position for an EA? Well, in every jurisdiction I'm aware of, or of which I'm aware, not to end on a proposition, unless I'm mistaken, every jurisdiction, before you can be an officer, you first need to be a master mason. So you can't really be an officer while you're an entered apprentice. But if you're asking what's the best position for an entered apprentice to study as he gets ready to move up the ranks, honestly, I would say in that case, try to take on what would be the traditionally known as the steward position. The stewards, historically, traditionally, they were the ones who did a lot of the grunt work. So, for example, they set up the lodge before the meeting, which is a very good skill for an EA to learn how to do. They would clean the lodges. They would also so they wouldn't prepare the meals. The junior warden would prepare the menus and the meals, but they would be there setting up the chairs, the tables, helping to serve the food. Don't think, as an entered apprentice, don't think about it in terms of being an officer. Just think about it in terms of doing the grunt work to help the lodge, clean the lodge, do the laundry on some of the, any of the, like the candidate's clothing, do all that type of stuff, right? Do the little things that make the lodge more enjoyable before you become an officer. And then just pay attention beyond that to what the officers are doing. And also, like I said, you even being an EA, that doesn't stop you or stop anybody from helping your junior warden. So, for example, you could always take a few moments to, spend a day and tell the junior warden, like, I'll take care of the meal this night in terms of organizing it and getting the food ready. As a gesture of goodwill to the junior warden, who's probably very busy. Stuff like that never hurts to do. But in terms of actually being elected an officer, you can't be an officer as an entered apprentice in most jurisdictions. And in most jurisdictions, you will usually start actually at the steward position anyways for your first election, though it does depend on the status of the lodge, how many people are there, how many people are running for offices, all that good stuff. I hope that answers your question, and welcome back, Spirit. It's good to have you here once again. I hope that you're doing well. And if you get a chance to, as I mentioned before, follow Kevin Ashton, Old School Kevmo. Follow him on YouTube, subscribe to him on YouTube, follow him on Instagram. I really like his stuff. I think it's really good. And again, you're able to potentially use him, get some ideas that maybe you can apply as a junior warden or as somebody who wants to prepare food or take care of your brothers. But believe me, it's not an easy position, and I understand that 100%. So let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who else joins us. Usually the first hour or so, 30 minutes to an hour, we just spend talking to people. Whoever shows up in the chat, which is a lot of fun. And then we kind of switch over and start to talk about the specific topic that I picked. But again, that's just a guide. That doesn't mean we have to talk about that. The fun thing is we can kind of go off on different directions. And that's the thing I like most about these podcasts, or these live streams, I should say, is getting a chance to go off in different directions and talk to different people. One of the interesting I learned yesterday, and I didn't know this, Michael Moore, I don't know if you know this or not, or if you've ever heard this before, but Yesterday, I was talking about Prince Hall Freemasonry a little bit because it is Black History Month in Canada and the US. And somebody came on the stream and mentioned that they don't ride a tricycle, which I had no idea what that was referencing. But I guess in Texas, anyways, Prince Hall affiliated Masonry, because it's, shortened to PHA, 3 letters. It's called riding a tricycle. AF and AM, Ancient Free and Accepted Masonry, which is, my Masonic lodge, most regular Masonic lodges, it's called riding a wagon because wagon has 4 wheels. AFAM is 4 letters. I had no idea. So that was something fun I learned yesterday, and I thought it was really cool. But welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. The more people have liking and subscribing, the better it is for the channel. And I hope that everybody is doing well. Usually it's the half an hour or so to get people to jump on. So yeah. I think I may also try to do a live stream for my personal account on February 14th. After we do 1 p.m. live stream, maybe do a personal stream where we'll watch My Bloody Valentine from 2009, one of my favorite movies. Neither had I. I don't know if it's just a Texas thing. Right? I mean, obviously, I knew Prince Hall affiliate, PHA. I knew AF and AM, 4 letters. Never heard the tricycle wagon. Yeah, the one is South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, is the one you're referring to. I mean, but again, traditionally, I would not refer to them as F and AM. I'd refer to them as PHA, even though I know that it's F and AM, right? So yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, the one you're referring to is South Carolina, which has been in the news. I actually talked about that, and whether or not people would consider Joe Biden a Freemason. I would consider Joe Biden a Freemason, which, interestingly enough, would make him the 16th Mason, who is also president of the United States, but the 15th Mason to be a Master Mason, because Lyndon B. Johnson, who was the last Mason before Biden, only received his entered apprentice degree, but didn't receive the fellow crafter Master Mason degree. Oh, which I wanted to say Liberia or Nigeria is AF and AM. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Very cool. Because I know that South Carolina isn't recognized by UGLE. It's recognized by Prince Hall lodges, but it's not recognized by UGLE. It's not recognized by Ontario, for example. But most Prince Hall jurisdictions actually aren't recognized by Ontario. We recognize Ontario Prince Hall, and they've joined our lodges many times. We also recognize Alaska. I forget the list. We got to work on getting Michigan recognized. It drives me crazy. But we don't recognize South Carolina. But recognition, that's a whole other conversation. That is a very long conversation to get into. Well, so it's interesting. Again, the fun thing I love is people who aren't Masons, they always want super simple answers to some of these things, but it's like the law. It's like anything. It gets complicated because you could argue, okay, President Reagan received a plaque from Washington, D.C. Masons. Nowhere in the plaque did it say that he was made a Mason, but rather it said that it was giving him an honor because he had, during his presidency, reflected the values of Freemasonry. Whether he did or not, you can question. I don't know what your opinion on him as a president was, but he was given that plaque. But in no way did the plaque say he was made a Mason, unlike South Carolina and Biden. But then, shortly thereafter, President Reagan was made an honorary member of the Scottish Rite and an honorary Shrine. And you can't be a member of Scottish Rite or Shrine if you are not a Mason. So would Reagan have been a Mason, in which case you're at 17? I personally, my opinion, the way I interpret it is there have been 16 Freemasons who were also presidents. The most recent being President Biden, who was the one presidential Mason who was actually made a Mason during his term of office on the 19th. One day before he left, he was made a Master Mason. The only close equivalent I could find was Theodore Roosevelt. He was raised to the sublime degree of a Master Mason while also being a sitting vice president, but not a president at the time. So Biden was the only man, to my knowledge, who was made a Master Mason while in the office of the presidency. Mika Perez. Hope I got that right. If I didn't, let me know. Are Masons secretly satanic? So Mika, first, thank you so much for joining us. Please hit the like and subscribe button. No, Masons are not secretly satanic. To be a Mason, you must be of a certain age. In Ontario, you have to be 21 or over. In Michigan, I believe it's 18. You have to, when we're talking about traditional Freemasonry, for lack of a better term, you have to be a man, though there are women's bodies in Freemasonry and Masonic women's organizations. And you have to believe in a supreme being. So I've met many Christian Masons. I'd say the majority I've met have been Christian. I've also met Hindu Masons, Buddhist Masons. I've met Muslim Masons, Jewish Masons, Indigenous Masons. Never met a satanic Mason or somebody who worships Satan. I did, interestingly enough, have somebody call the Masonic Temple once while I was there. And he said he was interested in joining. And I said, great, we can talk about it. And he said, I've always wanted to worship Satan. And I said, well, you're not going to enjoy it here because we don't worship Satan here. He came and talked to me, found out it wasn't what he was looking for. And I believe he ended up contacting the Satanic Church in Michigan, where she was looking for anyways. If pray does not work again, then take Benadryl. John Lovell. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the advice, I guess. What are Freemasons' origins? Holy cow. That's a conversation and a half, Mika. I'm going to give you the short version, if that's okay. So I can go into a longer version, but I do want to start with the shorter version, if that's all right. The Freemasons' origins. So initially, you had stonemasonry, otherwise known as the shaping and forming of stones. And stonemasons formed guilds. These guilds were basically trade unions. They were a way to both train apprentices in the art and craft of building things from stone, as well as a form of like a social club, as well as a form of protection, because at the time of, when these guilds were formed in the European Middle Ages, there really was no social safety net like we think of now. I mean, if you got sick or whatever it is, you couldn't rely on like a welfare state or welfare to help you, right? You needed a group of men to help you and your family if you fell on hard times, and that's what these guilds provided. And then and I'm probably going to get the date wrong, 1623, if I recall correctly, but I may have the date wrong. Michael Moore may know. A group of 3 men who were not stonemasons, they couldn't build things out of stone. They asked if they could join one of these Masonic guilds, pay dues into it, be members of it. They weren't interested in training or learning how to build things out of stone, but they were interested in the social benefits and the communal benefits of being part of this group. They were welcomed in, and eventually the number of people, which we would call speculative or Freemasons, people joining not to build things from stone, but rather to be part of a social group, and basically to receive those social benefits and protections, began to outnumber the number of actual stonemasons. And eventually, in order to, maintain continuity, Masons started to take certain ideas and apply them metaphorically to themselves. And it became this idea of building, as a stonemason builds a tower out of stone, we build ourselves through our moral characters, for example. We developed rituals to maintain some type of process of initiation. So not everybody could just call themselves a Freemason. You had to actually have to join, and created rules. Just like anything, Aristotle said man is a political animal. He didn't mean, man is Republican or Democrat or conservative or liberal. He meant human beings over time will form into groups, and then within those groups will form rules and procedures and rituals and processes. And it was basically from 1623 to 1717, and then on, Freemasons have continually been working on these processes. I hope, Mika, that kind of answers your question. And so basically, the origin is a group of men wanting to be part of a union for the social and economic protections of it, joining the stonemason guilds because it was one of the larger ones, and over time forming kind of their own rituals and procedures and processes and memberships based on those premises, and the stonemason premises. I hope that made sense. Michael, let me know if that made sense or if there's anything you want to add. Cameron is allergic to everything. I'm not allergic to everything. I don't much like almond milk, I don't think, but I'm not allergic to everything. Have you ever been a Masonic Junior Warden or Second Gen or other responsible for refreshments? Yes, 29%, no, 71%. Okay, so more no's than yeses, but that's all right. Hopefully this will still give you guys some basic ideas as to how to proceed with the Junior Warden, which is such a challenging job. John Lovell, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I hope that you will, if you haven't done so yet, hit the like and subscribe button. Almond milk is not milk. Well, no, it's not milk, but it's okay. I don't mind almond milk. I prefer regular milk, but I've had almond milk. I don't mind it. But we can get into the fight. Maybe I'll do another poll question after. I'll say, do you prefer almond milk or regular milk? Thanks. Another question. Who is their allegiance to? What does the All Seeing Eye stand for? All right. So before I go any further, I just do want to mention, so Mika, my history. I've been a Mason since 2007 here in Windsor, Ontario. I'm a member of 4 lodges and currently the worshipful master of 1. I don't claim to know everything. Nobody will. It's like music, right? There's no musician who knows everything about music, but I do believe I've done a fair bit of research, and just my own Masonic career, I can at least try to answer questions. But I speak exclusively for myself, and my opinions are my own or those of Square and Compass Promotions. So there is no, when you say their allegiance, I mean, I guess it'd be like a ranking of allegiance. So at first, so to be a Mason, you must believe in a supreme being. So here's what I'd say. So the first allegiance that a Freemason has, and this is in our ritual, right, is to the country to which we belong, or to the country to which we are passing through, right? So one of the things I love about Freemasonry, and this is something I believe based on the ritual and based on what I was told, right, is I have a responsibility to be respectful of the laws of the country in which I live and the laws of the country if I'm passing through. I have to be respectful. So if I'm, flying from point A to point B and I have a stopover of 12 hours in a foreign country, I should be careful and respectful of that country's laws while I'm there. Then obviously every Mason will believe in a supreme being. What that supreme being is different. So it's expected that he will have allegiance to that supreme being and his understanding of it. So he doesn't have to, it's not enforced, but like if a Mason, claims to, for example, is Muslim, we kind of expect him to, he should show respect of that, that particular religious faith. Then after that, he's expected to have allegiance to his Masonic lodge to a degree. Now, again, if the Masonic lodge is engaged, or a brother is engaged in illegal activities that are either illegal in the country or illegal to the, against natural law, the Mason is not expected to cover for him or anything like that, right? Because that brother would be acting not in accordance with his Masonic duties and responsibilities. So that is kind of how I look at it. So as Michael Moore says, God, family, country, I would kind of change that a little bit. I would say country first, then God, then family. But the point is, I think the key thing, Mika, to make sure I understand is that the allegiance and the oath that you would swear Masonically does not supersede and is not expected to supersede the allegiance you would have to your country, to your family, to God. Those things have to come first. And then your Masonic commitments come after that, is kind of how it's understood. So that's the allegiance. The all-seeing eye, it's not unique to Freemasonry. It pops up everywhere, in a lot of different rituals and symbols. But the basic idea of the all-seeing eye is, it's kind in some ways it's a reference to God or your supreme being. Really, what it's a reference to is this idea of acting in an appropriate manner all the time, because something is always watching you. What that something is will depend on your understanding of supreme being. You can even argue it's fate, but the idea is that, you know, just because you're acting, just because no one can see you and you think you can get away with something or maybe act in a manner that's immoral or illegal or wrong, there is something watching you. It's called an all-seeing eye. It's there watching you. So you need to keep that in mind and act accordingly. And that concept is not unique to Freemasonry. That concept goes back to Egypt. That concept goes all around. The Bible book, Wizard Zombie in the Bible book. I learned the proper way to smoke a cigar. There you go. That is a very, very common Masonic thing. Cigars and Freemasonry come in. Actually, there's a Masonic cigar club out of Kentucky. Matthew 16:18, Mason, Mormon, Muslim. I don't know what that means, but Matthew 16:18. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you will be so kind as to hit the like and subscribe button. Same thing with John Lavelle and everybody watching this. Does Jesus watch me poo-poo? I think you're being sarcastic, John Lovell, which I'm not a huge fan of sarcasm. I don't even necessarily believe in Jesus. I believe in a supreme being, but I don't want too much sarcasm. Having said that, I guess it would depend on your view of a supreme being and what, you know. I believe in a supreme being. I'm not necessarily sure I would call myself a Christian or I believe necessarily in any one particular faith, but that's kind of a whole separate can of tuna. To the basic premise, I do believe there's something out there bigger than us that generally wants us to do the good thing, or wants us to act in accordance. Raised eyebrow. Greetings and good afternoon. Greetings, raised eyebrow. It's good to have you back. Thank you so much for joining us once again. I truly appreciate you being back here, and I hope that you are doing well. What about chess and Freemasonry? I have no idea. Charismatic Fiend, please like and subscribe button. This is the thing I love about these chats. I learned something new. I did not know that there was a connection between chess and Freemasonry. So that's really, really cool. If you can let me know maybe what that connection is or where to look for that connection, because that's fascinating. I know Masons who play chess, but I never knew that connection. But Charismatic Fiend, please hit like and subscribe. John Lavelle, I'm going to just remove that comment because he is not. I don't even necessarily guess I believe in the Bible per se. Do you believe Yah is the creator and Yahshua is his only begotten son? So I guess no. I believe in a supreme being, but many Masons do believe Yah is the creator and Yahshua is the only begotten son. I do not. I believe in a supreme being. I believe that supreme being favors virtue, and I believe it's possible to understand on some level, maybe through ideas of fate or karma, that the supreme being, to have some understanding as to the will of the supreme being. I don't believe in any one particular faith tradition, whether it be Christianity, Muslim, Judaism, Hinduism. I don't believe anyone has necessarily got it correct so far. He is a deist. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I'm a deist. All well is here. Got a confirmation to meet with a member of the Grand Lodge, making sure my suit still fits. You've just described the biggest challenge almost every Mason faces at one time or another. Sucking that gut, believe me, every Mason in Ontario, our lodges, we call it going dark. Go dark from basically the end of June to the beginning of September over the summer months. We come back in September, every Mason talks about how their suit no longer fits because they had so many barbecues. They are still around and powerful. Perhaps there is some power in rituals. Jay Bing. Welcome, Jay Bing. Thank you for joining us. You would have to define power. I'd be really hesitant with that word. I do think there's power in the ritual, but I'm going to be really hesitant when I say power. What I believe ritual is, and this is again me speaking for myself, not speaking for anybody else. I believe that ritual, the purpose of it is to create bonds of friendship and brotherhood through shared experiences. I think that is the power of ritual. I think that's the best part about the ritual. That's what it's always been there for. And that's what Freemasonry does. The rituals create a bond of brotherhood between me and my brothers because we've all been through the same thing. And also, it creates a bond of brotherhood between me and Masons who came before me and me and the Masons who will come after me. For example, I never knew my grandfather. He passed away before I was born. But I feel that there's a power in the ritual in that I feel connected to him because I know him and I went through the very same thing. And that's a really important thing. And that's a really valuable thing when it comes to Freemasonry. Matthew 16:18, I believe, quoting the Bible. I've read some of the Bible. I'm not going to lie. I haven't read it all, though I'm trying to get around to it. Can you see me post a link? YouTube is blocking me again. No, I'm sorry, pseudoscience. I can't. What, again, you can do, though, is go to my YouTube page, go to the most recent video, the most recent podcast, and leave a comment, and I'll be able to see the comment and the link, and I'll check it out. Let me know once you do that. Etheric or psychic power to influence others? No, I don't believe that there's any. I mean, you could argue it, like the ritual influences me. After I go through the ritual, I feel like it's had an influence on me, and I try to think my ritual in times of struggle a little bit, but I don't think it can influence others. People have to decide for themselves. G represents God as well as geometry. Yeah, basically. Raised eyebrow. I always consider ritual to be developing and reinforcing a cohesive group, making the mundane more compelling, creating a shared. Yep. I agree with raised eyebrow completely. That's what I think it is too. So that's where I think the power of it is. I don't believe that power is in, this idea of, again, anything supernatural. I think the power is in developing a cohesive group because we all go through the same thing. And I mean, that's not unique to Freemasonry, obviously. The military, you could argue their rituals do that. Sports teams have rituals. I mean, different groups and bodies have different rituals, and in those rituals, they find a way to form cohesiveness. Harry, hi, Karen, just got back from shopping. Welcome back, Dad. Thank you so much for being here. Ritual should be called script. It could be, but I think I understand why it's not. I think ritual is a little bit unique than script in some ways because I think the difference is it's the same script for everybody, whereas a script, it's like people have different parts, if that makes any sense. One can argue that we all engage in rituals. Yes, I agree, but I think there are some rituals that are personal, and I would almost call those not even a ritual. I call them more a habit or a personal thing. I think what makes rituals unique is that communal group aspect to it. So, for example, when I wake up in the morning, so I see what you're saying. When you face forward into elevator, yeah, I mean, you could argue societal wise, absolutely, there are certain rituals that kind of develop in society that maybe bond society together. There's personal habits, and then there's communal rituals designed specifically or with the effect and purpose of creating a bond through shared experience. Learning ritual is good brain exercise. Learning ritual is great brain exercise. I actually do want to have a podcast at some point. I want to talk to somebody about the benefits of ritual in terms of learning the ritual and how it can actually help reduce or mitigate the effects of dementia, as well as mitigate the effects of like other types of mental health issues, and keep people mentally healthy for longer, which is a really big deal. Gnosticism and Freemasonry, liturgy, Freemason often interpreted to signify. So I've heard what charismatic fiend is saying. I've heard people say that. I go with the Michael Moore, but you could argue, okay, God is, in a metaphorical sense, God is the greatest form of knowledge. So I've heard people make that connection with Gnosticism in the past. One can script an emotional impact or compelling nature or the sense of belonging to a bigger situation. Yeah, so I agree with raised eyebrow. I think I understand why Michael Moore would say script, and I get the connection, but I wouldn't quite go to that part. I think ritual is unique to script. Or insight. This interpretation is supported by historical text and Masonic scholars. Probably, I feel like with that Masonic scholar, you're thinking of Albert Pike. Moles and Dogma kind of touches on these ideas, charismatic fiend, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe that might be who you're speaking of. Sorry, pseudoscience. I believe it was you. I have to check a comment quickly on one of my videos. What is the oldest date of the origin of Masonry? So again, actually, this came up yesterday. And by the way, everybody who's watching, please take a moment, hit the like and hit the subscribe button. That is a huge help to this channel. More people liking and subscribing, the better it is. I have his book, Pike. Yeah, I'm reading. Actually, somebody put Albert Pike on the YouTube as an audiobook, so please check that out. Can't find this link for some reason. Maybe I'll look for it after. Sorry. What is the oldest date of the origin of Freemasonry? That is from pseudoscience. So if you are referring to stonemasonry, the building of the shaping and forming of stone, it could go back as far as 3.5 million years ago to the very first stone tools discovered in Africa. If you're talking about Freemasonry, which I'm a part of, I generally date it to 1623, I believe, 16 something, and St. Mary's Chapel. So that's kind of where I started from. Matthew 16:18, older than they will tell you. I believe Matthew 16 might be referring to some theories people have about Freemasonry out there, which I personally do not share. So pyramids. So again, pyramids, you could argue that pyramids was an example of very early and very ancient stonemasonry, which is, I certainly believe, one of the ancestors to Freemasonry. Stonemasonry goes back, again, millions of years if you want to count these stone tools as found in Africa. Actually, if you just give me 1 second, I'm going to share a link on here to something I wrote, which might be of interest when it comes to the origins of stonemasonry. Do you know of the Oddfellows? Yes, I know of the Oddfellows. I know a fair bit of them. They were actually featured pretty heavily in a recent movie I saw called Join or Die, which is based on the Robert Putnam book. They're a fraternal order, came after Freemasonry, but there's a lot of connections between the two. I still know some Oddfellows, but I think their membership numbers have been dropping even more significantly. The oldest known Masonic Lodge minutes are from the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel, number 1 in Scotland, date back to July 31st, 1599. the lodge records are the longest continuous Masonic record in existence. That's true, but I believe at the time they were all stonemasons. I believe the first Freemasons joined in 16. I'm going to double check this on Google. I could have sworn 1623, but I feel like I'm getting that wrong. William Lord Alexander, his brother Anthony Alexander, and Sir Alexander Strachan Thornton, they were initiated into the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel, on July 3rd, 1634. I think before that, St. Mary's. So the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel, I believe in 1599, it was actually Stonemasons Lodge, Stonemasons Guild. And it was in 1634 that the first Freemasons or speculative Masons were initiated. Michael Moore, that's what I believe. I could be incorrect. I'm not the best scholar on this stuff, but that's my understanding. And then 1634, things kind of continued until 1717 when the Grand Lodge of England was formed. And there's a whole bunch of more history after that about the ancients and the moderns and all that jazz. Talking about stones, don't forget Hadrian's Wall was built. People don't, one thing about being a Freemason, and I find it so fascinating, it's amazing how much stones and stonemasonry and the shaping of stones is so integral to human evolution, and our ancient ancestors, if they had not found a way to fashion and create stone tools, which helped them improve their diet, gave them more protein, helped them grow, their brains grow. Who knows what our evolutionary path would have looked like. I think it's fascinating. Human beings and stonework are inexorably and intricately linked for the last 3.5 million years. I've actually thought of joining Toastmasters to help me speak better in Lodge. That'd be awesome. That would be really, really cool, Spirit. I hope that you do. I hope it goes well. The beautiful thing about Freemasonry, and something I think is really worth discussing and remembering, is look, when you're not coming, it's not as though, like, it can feel this way to me sometimes, Spirit, but it's not the case. It's not as though, you wake up, go to your lodge meeting, have your lodge meeting, go home, fall asleep, stay sleeping, and then wake up a month later, go to your lodge meeting, right? Like you have, I necessarily don't, but other people, they have a whole life outside of their Masonic lodge. They have their own experiences, and with that, they have their own skills, abilities, interests. The whole point of joining should be to bring those things into the lodge, right? That's the best part of it. So, so you may have some skills already. It could be anything. You could be really good at computers or social media. You help your lodge with its social media. But it also, there's nothing stopping you from trying to develop skills outside of the lodge that you can then bring into lodge, right? So if you want to join Toastmasters so you can speak better inside a Masonic lodge, that is awesome. Absolutely, you should do that. And I wish you the best of luck with it. And I think it's great. Right? Again, don't be afraid to explore skills and abilities outside the lodge, but then to bring those skills and abilities into lodge. I think that is a really good thing. And again, maybe you're good at accounting and numbers, help the treasurer out. Maybe you're a good cook, help the junior warden out. Maybe you're a good mechanic, help fix some things around the lodge. All that stuff is so important. The first to melt iron from stone, well, that'd be the Iron Age, right? I don't know when that started. I think it was the Celts who were the first to do that, but I could be wrong. Ghosts, poltergeists, and demons. I think Nicholas is saying that is his favorite stuff. I know him very well, so I know that is his favorite stuff. We're going to talk about that Thursday at 1 p.m. Nicholas will be joining me, and we're doing a stream together instead of just hearing me talking and, talking myself. You'll actually get to hear somebody who knows about demons and the paranormal and the supernatural, and that'll be a lot of fun. The pyramids is a small model of Earth. Thus, Earth is a pyramid. The structure and foundation was built using the origins of Masonic principles. So again, when you say Masonic principles, certainly stonemasonry principles and certainly geometric principles. And these are principles that we as people, we as Freemasons, I should say, then start to apply to ourselves. But I think you have it kind of opposite pseudoscience a little bit. It's not that Freemasonry existed, built the pyramids, and then carried on. It's rather stonemasonry existed. These principles helped build the pyramids. And then thousands of years later, Freemasonry was formed and started to look back on some of these stone Masonic principles for moral instruction and metaphorically for moral instructions and moral lessons that we could then apply to ourselves. It's just like you build a pyramid and you try to make the angles square. We build ourselves and try to make our actions square, if that makes any sense. The C and the S is the symbol of earth and sun. The square and compasses, is that what you're referring to? Not to my knowledge, but again, there's lots of things I don't know. Please take a moment. If you're joining us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The more people we have liking and subscribing to this stream, the more people will find it, although it's been a great turnout so far. So thank you so much. Ronja Hoagland, absurdly obscured. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, I'm very sorry. Do you support DJT? I assume you mean Donald J. Trump. I should once again make something clear. I speak exclusively for myself and for Square and Compass Promotions. I don't speak for anybody else. I certainly don't speak for Masons. I know many Freemasons who support politically Donald Trump. First of all, though, the other thing to keep in mind and note is I can talk about this on a stream, but one thing about Freemasonry that I love is when we are in our Masonic meetings, we are not allowed to discuss politics or religion. I can talk about it on this stream. I can talk about it in my personal life, but in a lodge, that is at work. We're not allowed to discuss it. So having said that, I do not support Donald J. Trump. I'm from Canada, so it's not like I could vote for or against him. Had I the ability, I would have voted for Kamala Harris, but it's not my country. And whomever is the president, I love the United States of America. I think it's an amazing country. I've said it a bunch of times. Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. And I've got many amazing Masonic brethren in the States that I love. And whomever the president is, that doesn't change the fact that I love those brothers. So, I don't like Donald Trump much. I don't think he's going to be a good president, but either way, we'll survive. Everybody will survive. We're all going to be okay, and we'll make it out the other end. And if you do support Donald J. Trump, then I guess good for you. You won this one. But don't get too arrogant about it, right? I always remind people of Bob Dylan, one of my favorites, right? For the losers now will be later to win. So the principles come from God. Freemasonry is a group that obtain knowledge from others. It is so much more. He says so himself. I'm not sure who says that himself. I think I missed something there. Well, the principles come from man, I would say, more than, but many of these principles have different types of foundations in stonemasonry as well as other foundations. Good, you better not. Well, there you go. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Ronja, for joining. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Please hit the like and subscribe button and let me know what else you want to talk about. It's a big club. Is that from, I never actually bought that. I don't think that's the case. But if you're talking about it's a big club, if you're talking about the George Carlin bit, it's a big club and you're not invited. Yeah, I think George Carlin, he was a little bit too much on the side of cynicism for me. I never really like cynicism in my comedy or anything else. Yeah. I hope you guys can be the 51st state one day. LOL. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm quite happy to be an independent country. Tell you what, though, Spirit, we will make you guys the 11th province. How about that? American can be the 11th province. In my lodge, we have a full political spectrum from right to left. There you go. Yeah, and that's true for most lodges. That's true for probably every lodge, right? As a general rule, I try not to ask about my brother's politics. I'm not really interested in that. I think that's not helpful. I mean, we've had brothers who ran for political office in different countries. Somebody actually asked above if there were any prime ministers who were Masons. In Canada, our last prime minister who was a Freemason was John Diefenbaker. And our first prime minister, Johnny MacDonald, was also a Freemason, interestingly enough. In the United Kingdom, I know Winston Churchill was. I'm sure there are many others, but I don't know them off the top of my head. Trump says he is a Kabbalist. He may have. I never heard him say that. To my knowledge, though, Donald Trump is not a Freemason. I've never seen any evidence that he is. The last president to be a Freemason would actually be Joe Biden, who was made a Master Mason, who was given Master Mason membership by the South Carolina Prince Hall on January 19th, which would make him, interestingly enough, the one Masonic president who was made a Mason during his term of office as president. He was made a Mason on January 19th, and he left office January 20th, interestingly enough. Trump victory prophesized by Kabbalah, says Mystical Rabbi. I would highly question your Mystical Rabbi. I might call nonsense on that one, Charismatic Fiend, but I still appreciate you being here. It just sounds to me unlikely that it was prophesized. I think anything is possible, and it didn't shock me that Trump won, but I don't know if I would, prophesize it. Harry Bacharach, welcome, Harry. If you can please hit the like. My dad's name is Harry. If you can please hit the like and subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. Would you have joined if you knew? So Freemasonry, Harry, is not a religious organization. You have to believe in a supreme being, but there are many supreme beings represented in a Masonic lodge, or, from Christianity to Muslim faith to Judaism to Hinduism to Buddhism to First Nations and Indigenous. So I grew up with Freemasonry. My dad was a Freemason, as were both my grandparents. I remember going to Christmas parties and stuff at Masonic lodges. So I always understood, even from a young age, that it was not a religious organization. And I understand people sometimes have that misconception that it's religious, but it's not a religious organization. It has a spiritual component to it, without question. And again, like, if you want to define religious, because I think this is what you're getting at with Mackie and the encyclopedia. Look, if you wanted to define religious, so I might say, every day I religiously drink a coffee at 11 o'clock, or every day I religiously do 100 push-ups. Like, religiously as an adjective, there is an element to it in that sense, because you have ritual, you start at this time, you say these words, you perform these rituals. So there is a religious component in that sense of doing something religiously, but it is not religious in the sense of invoking like belief in a supreme being, or having a belief in a specific supreme being that everybody expected to follow, right? Like, if I go to a mosque, if I go to a temple, if I go to a church, there is one belief represented in that building, in that mosque, in that temple, and that belief is being expressed through the priest, through the rabbi. In Freemasonry, we don't have that. We have a multitude of beliefs. Every man has his own views. Some don't have a particular religion at all. Rather, they're just spiritually believe in a supreme being, almost like a deist model, if that makes sense. Do you open your lodge with a prayer? Well, I mean, so is it open with? I wouldn't say. I mean, I wouldn't say a prayer. It can be closed with a prayer. In some cases, we will have like a closing benediction, or we'll say grace, but we won't say it in the sense of like, so like, let's say we're having a dinner, for example. Sometimes as part of the dinner, I may ask our chaplain to say a grace, but he would not, say a grace to God. He would say a grace to the great architect of the universe, because that is meant to represent all the different beliefs. And when you say opened with the prayer, so ours are open with the moment of silence. We don't open with a prayer. And at the U.S. Law, the Pledge of, yes, the Pledge of Allegiance happens in the U.S. as well. But even the Bible, I'd be careful about that pseudoscience, because, yeah, what Michael Moore is saying, we don't have a Bible. We have volume of the Sacred Law, which can be the Bible, Quran, the Torah, the Talmud. I've also actually seen not even volumes used, but rather I've seen eagle feathers used for indigenous brothers. So it's not always so pseudoscience. I got to disagree with you. It's not always a Bible. It can be, and often is. Oftentimes it's by default, and oftentimes, even if you put another book on the Bible on the altar, the Bible will stay. But it's not the only one. So volume of the Sacred Law, and again, it doesn't always have to be a volume. It can be an eagle feather, which I thought was a really cool thing when I saw it. But yeah, no, we don't necessarily open our lodges, at least in Canada, with a prayer. So I have to disagree. And I think what Mackie was saying, I understand what, I can't think of the name now. Forgive me for just 1 second. Harry Bacharach. I believe, from my understanding, what Mackie meant is not that it's religious in the sense that you might consider Christianity religion or Hinduism or Muslim a religion, but rather religious in the sense of how you might use religious as an adjective to reference, like, let me look up the exact definition. So not as in relating to or believing in a religion, which is how you would define religious, but rather doing something regularly. I exercise religiously, I really do, right? Because again, that word regularly, as Michael Moore can attest, right, as Michael Moore can attest, and pseudoscience, the idea of regularity and doing something with regularity is a very important component of Freemasonry, the idea of being regular. And so again, part of being regular is, you could argue, it's a religious devotion to regularity. But that's not the same. So Michael Moore, let me know if you think I explained that well. I'm always wanting to make sure I do. Pseudoscience University, I've only seen Bible and a Quran. Okay. Part of that will be just based on your lodge and the membership makeup. As you travel, though, potentially, you may see more of some different volumes and different items on the altar. Most of the time, the KJV, Holy Bible by itself, I think a lot of the time, but again, not always. And there are some jurisdictions where they'll have all the Bibles, they'll have different holy books out at the same time. In Arizona, for example, one person we've had on the podcast and will be back, Evan from Arizona, his lodge has 4 books on the altar at all times. One, they have a Bible, they have the Muslim, the Quran, the Torah, and they have a Hindu book. I can't think of the name of it now. So, But Michael Moore, let me know if I explained that well, if you think I explained that correctly. I understand there are a lot of people who think Freemasonry is a religion, but it is not. Rather, it can be, and hopefully should be, religiously Let's put it that way. It should be religiously observed, but that's not the same thing as being a religion. Let's give it a few more minutes. Let's see who else joins us, because then I do want to kind of jump into and discuss the planned topic for today, which is the junior warden's position. Pseudoscience. I don't know if you've ever been a junior warden. Okay, there we go. Have you ever been a Masonic junior warden or second general or others responsible for refreshment? 24%, 22 votes, 77 no, 23 yes. So majority no. So this will be fun. Because again, the biggest challenge I find in Freemasonry as a junior warden is you're dealing with a lot of different components. Harry Backrack, I appreciate your input. Thank you, Harry. Thank you for joining. I hope you don't have to agree with me, and if you don't, that's fine. But I hope I at least explain my position well. And the other thing I would add, though, Harry, to keep in mind is you mentioned somewhere. You open and close with a prayer. So unless you're defining prayer very broadly, like different jurisdictions have different ritual. The ritual we have in Ontario is different than the ritual that we have in Michigan. It's still recognizable, right? Which is the thing I love about it. So like I can travel to a Masonic meeting anywhere in the world. I don't even have to speak the same language. When I'm in a Masonic lodge and I hear them speak, I know what's going on and I feel at home and I feel comfortable. But there will be differences in ritual. So not every jurisdiction starts and ends their meetings with a prayer. You know, for example, again, in Ontario, right, we don't start or really end with a prayer. You could call the last thing we say kind of a prayer. I wouldn't call it that, though. I guess depending on how you want to define the last thing, I would call it more of a grace than a prayer. And then again, you can have graces at your banquets. I was told DJ Trump was a 33rd degree Mason by a self-proposed Mason. Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a prayer. I'd call that ritual, right? I guess it depends how you want to define those things. But I wouldn't call, I know what you're saying, Michael Moore, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a prayer because it's not being led by a priest, or like, to me a prayer is something that has to be led by a religious or holy figure, as opposed to ritual. Because it'd be like, you know, if somebody sneezes, I say, God bless you. I'm not praying for them, right? It's more ritual I'm performing. You know, the societal ritual of saying God bless you after somebody sneezes. I was told DJT was a 33rd degree Mason by a self-proposed Freemason. I have names. I mean, so first of all, Ronja, I hope I'm getting that right. Forgive me if I'm not. I'd be highly questionable when anybody says self-proposed Freemason. There are ways to know what we would call modes of recognition, as well as just dues cards, things like that. There's a lot of clandestine Masons out there as well. I mean, look, anything's possible. To my knowledge, though, Donald J. Trump is not a Freemason, 33rd degree or otherwise. Right. But you know, if somebody told you that and you want to believe that, then I guess that's fine. But I question that highly. Lucifer, Lucero, believe in Jesus, rapture soon. Well, if that is the case, then I guess you'll be doing well and I won't be doing so well, but that's okay. Lucifer, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you will hit the like and subscribe button, answer a poll question. And thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it. Let me know if you in the chat if you how you found us. Was it through YouTube algorithm, all that stuff? What about bloodlines? Are they important? No, I don't know what you mean by bloodlines. I assume you mean familial connections in Freemasonry. I mean, they're important to the individual. So, for example, my dad was a Freemason. My grandparents are both Freemasons. That's something that I take a deal of pride in, and it's important to me to try to be the best Freemason I can be because of my familial connections. But it doesn't mean anything to the lodge itself, right? So it's not like I put my application in and the lodge saw, oh, your dad was a Freemason, so we'll increase, we'll put you to the top of the list or something, or give you all these honors. Like, that's not important. It's important to the individual joining, but not to the lodge. Anybody can join. You don't need to have a family connection to join. Anybody can, well, again, not anybody. You have to be a man to join AF and AM. Traditionally, you have to be a man. You have to be of a certain age. You have to believe in a supreme being. So just like Michael Moore says, you'll know more about Freemasonry. It may mean more to you because you have the family connection. And also it may mean something to the lodge in the sense that, if I'm a Mason and I have a son and he joins, people may be like, I knew your father and he was a great guy. It may mean something in that sense, but it doesn't mean like you're not getting, you don't, yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is you don't need to have any family connection to be a Freemason and to be active in it and to be a worshipful master, et cetera, et cetera. HSN Dragon, thank you, by the way, for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe button. So what's the deal with the funeral thing? They didn't have anything to do with my friend's funeral after he died, after telling him they cover funerals upon finding out he was Catholic. So HSN Dragon, I would need more information. So I can tell you basically, generally, I don't know what you mean by cover funerals. If you mean cover in terms of paying for the funeral, there are Masonic lodges that will do that, but it's on a case-by-case basis, and it's something called a benevolence fund. So what that means is and that doesn't have to be for funerals, right? If a brother, let's say, is sick, loses his job, needs help with covering the rent, or dies and the family needs help needs help with the funeral coverage or medicine or whatever it is, there is a benevolence fund. Sometimes lodges will cover those things. It depends on how much money the lodge has in the benevolence fund and if they can or not. We will, perform what's called a Masonic funeral service, where at the request of the family, we will go there, and then that's not a money thing. We'll just go there and we'll perform a special ceremony or special ritual for a departed brother as a way to show respect for the family. Masonic funerals are really special occasions. In Ontario, it's the one time you're able to wear your Masonic regalia without requesting prior permission from your Grand Lodge. In terms of him being Catholic, yeah, that wouldn't have anything to do with the situation at hand, unless the only thing I could think of is, right, if it was a Catholic church, the Catholic Church may have said, we're not interested in a Masonic funeral taking place because, there is, from a Masonic perspective, you can be Catholic and join. We've had many Catholic Freemasons. I've known some. But the Catholic Church, for example, I believe even as of just last year, has reiterated their position that if you are Catholic and a Freemason, you are not able to take communion. Yeah, having said that, though, the click didn't answer call back. I mean, just like Dad said, if that's what happened, then I'm sorry that happened. That sucks. That sounds like the Masonic Lodge was being kind of a jerk about the situation. I wasn't there, so I can't say, but that's definitely not okay. Maybe the lodge was confused about the Catholic ban on Freemasonry and what that meant. But I mean, I can say for myself as a Freemason since 2007, I would have no concern or problem with either assisting financially or otherwise with a brother who needed help with this funeral service, whether he was Catholic or not. So I don't know what happened there. That does suck. That happened, and I'm sorry. I'm also sorry that he died of cancer. That sucks too. Today is actually World Cancer Day. My mom passed away of cancer last year. It's just a shitty situation. So I'm sorry that whole thing happened. Skunk Ben Catholic, Catholic, I think what you meant to say, Catholic Corporation of Salvation. I don't know what that means. But thank you for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe button. DJ Narcan, can you tell us about Albert Pike controlling the gold market and its connection to the Knights of the Golden Circle? I cannot, because I have no idea that's the other thing. The church could have objected as well, because we will perform, for example, a Masonic service or, provide assistance with covering something financially, but it has to be at the request of the family, and the church has to, or wherever it's taking place, has to let us do it as well. Keep that in mind. So sorry, DJ Narcan, I cannot, because I do not know anything. I mean, I know More Than Dogma. I've read it. I'm rereading it actually at the moment. I understand, Albert Pike was a Confederate soldier. I did not know anything to do with controlling the gold market. At most, it would have been under the Confederacy. And I do not know anything about the Knights of the Golden Circle, although the fact that it says, so it was founded in 1854. I guess they wanted to create a country in Havana, but it looks like what I'm seeing here is it says proposed membership. So I don't even know if it's ever been confirmed that Albert Pike was a Mason. Oh, sorry, Albert Pike was a member of this Golden Circle. He could have been. Let me see. Yeah, it says alleged members. So I do not know anything else. What about the Golden Dawn? I think Golden Dawn, I mean, to my knowledge, Golden Dawn is just, they did like a Golden Dawn. It's not new. The idea of a golden age, that goes back to ancient times. Different people have used that because gold is valuable. Gold represents light and shininess. So, if I want to say golden age of anything, it's the golden age of Cameron Adamson, right? That's me, Cameron. I could just say that as in like things are going really well for me right now, or they will. I don't take it as anything other than that type of metaphor. Do you think we went to the moon? Yes, absolutely. I think we went to the moon. In fact, one of the very first people on the moon, the second person on the moon, was himself a Freemason. And I can't believe I can't think of his name now. It's going to drive me insane. Buzz Aldrin, who's right, the second person on the moon. Oh my God, I have his coin and everything. Work with me here. Now I'm losing my mind trying to remember this. Apollo 11. Buzz Aldrin. Yes, he was a Freemason, Buzz Aldrin. Second person to step on the moon, but first Freemason, I guess. Initiated into Freemasonry at Oak Park Lodge, number 864 in Alabama, raised in Colorado. What's interesting is when he stepped onto the lunar surface, he's a member of two Masonic lodges, Montclair Lodge number 144 in New Jersey, and Clear Lake Lodge in Texas, where he was invited to serve in the High Council. He was also of ancient accepted Scottish Rite. To my knowledge, he actually brought with him a charter allowing him to form a Masonic lodge on the moon. Nobody's ever had the chance to visit it yet, but wouldn't that be cool? Thank you so much. Yes, Buzz Aldrin, Buzzing Bee. I was losing my mind. Thank you. Buzzing Bee, welcome. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Thank you so much for joining. I really do appreciate you being here. It's about keeping secrets. No, so I wouldn't agree with that, Harry. If you're referring to Freemasonry is about keeping secrets. Sorry, Skunk. Mirth is king. I'm not sure what mirth is. Charles Sneed, Christ is king. Okay, it could be. I mean, I guess it depends on your religious doctrines. So here's what I'd say, Harry, to that statement. It's about keeping secrets. And I've used this before. Michael, let me know if you've heard me say this before and if you agree or disagree. Let's say that you in your family have a family recipe that has been in your family forever. Your great grandparents had it. They passed it down to your grandparents, passed it down to your parents, passed it down to you. And let's say they say, like, don't ever share this recipe on the internet or tell people about it. Is it because it's about keeping secrets, or is it rather they are passing down something and in doing so trying to maintain the connections between the family members of generations past, present, and future? If you have, for example, a ring or signet or memento that has been in your family for generations, are you going to just give it when it comes to you? Are you going to just give it to anybody, or are you going to give it to the next person in your family or somebody that has been adopted as part of your family, right? Is it about keeping that thing from others, or is it about strengthening the bonds between the families? In the same way, when it comes to Freemasonry, we have rings, we have jewels, but that's stuff. The one thing that we have to pass down to the next generation of Masons and the generation after that and the generation after that is our ritual. That's the thing that we have to pass down. And if anybody can access the ritual without joining, without taking part, if anybody can just go online and find it and have it, if I just share it here with everybody, it affects our ability to pass it down, and it affects the strength of the bonds between the past generations and the present generation and the future generation. So it's not about keeping secrets. It's rather about maintaining and even in some ways strengthening the bonds of fellowship from my brothers, my family that was around 100 years ago, to my family that is in existence now, to my family that will exist 100 years in the future. You'll pawn it. Well, I mean, maybe if you want to go to the strip club, who knows? But let me know if that made sense, Michael. Let me know if that made sense, Harry. Brûler les lodges. I don't know what that means. Freemasons can't even talk about Jesus. We can talk about Jesus. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, Mitchie450. Thank you for being back. I think you've been on here before, so welcome back. It's good to have you. No, I mean, obviously we can talk about Jesus. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Many Freemasons, their supreme being is in fact Jesus. So just depends on kind of what the Masons' belief is. Now, if you mean in a lodge we can't, then that is true. During a lodge, which is open, which is what we would call it when it's at work or open, we cannot discuss topics of religion or politics. So I can't bring up my political beliefs or political discussions, and I can't bring up religious discussions. But so I wouldn't be able to really talk about Jesus in that circumstance, but we can talk about it outside of lodge and with each other and, go to church and all that type of stuff. So I'm not really sure what is meant. I agree, but I'd explain it differently. Okay, if you want to, I know you're swamped, but if you want to take a few moments and maybe explain it on your end, or how you might explain it, that'd be awesome. Because I'm sure you would have a really good explanation as well, because you know what you're talking about, right? Hiding truth, how about that? Again, same thing, right? It's not. I mean, again, if you keep a family recipe secret, are you hiding truth? I mean, you could say you're hiding truth, but there's a reason behind it. And the reason is to maintain the bonds between the family members. Um, there's different reasons to keep something private. Sometimes you keep something private because you're doing something nefarious and you need to hide the truth. Um, so like the mafia hides, keeps things private because the mafia is up to illegal activities. Some people will keep things private for monetary or economic reasons. Like if I go to work at Coca-Cola, I can't share the recipe with others because there's an economic interest at place. And sometimes people keep things private because they want to maintain connections between brothers, between families, between groups. And maintaining those connections is just as important, I think. But I can't push my faith on others, and likewise, brothers can't put their faith on me. Absolutely. We can talk about religion, but not inside a lodge meeting. Absolutely. Nicholas, thank you so much for joining as always. I appreciate it. It's been great having you here. If anybody in the chat likes, if anybody in the chat or anybody watching this enjoys anything related to the paranormal or supernatural, join us, every day, but join us on Thursday, 1 p.m. We're going to talk about the supernatural. My father and his father were Freemasons. I went on to take that oath. You are now neutered. I don't know what you think happened to me, but I assure you I'm not neutered, at least not literally. I think you might mean metaphorically. I wouldn't call myself neutered in any way, but, I can only say that I have never felt neutered by any Masonic oath. I feel, what's the right word to use? I wouldn't use the word empowered because that's not correct. I would say I feel connected. I think that's the best word. My Masonic oaths have made me feel connected to Masons around the world, as well as Masons who passed away, like my grandfather, as well as Masons who are yet to be Masons, but will join in future generations. So I would not say I'm neutered. I would say I am now connected, which is a nice feeling to have in a world that sometimes seems to lack connections. But I mean, I only speak for myself. Again, once it's said, right, Harry, I've been a Mason since 2007. I can't speak for every experience or the way every Mason views it. And I know there are Masons who joined and did not enjoy Freemasonry or like it and left the crowd for various reasons. And, that's okay too. That's okay too. Adepts. Yes. Took me a second to remember what that word means. Yes, I would say that Freemasons are adepts at certain skills. Stonemasons are adept at stonemasonry. Freemasonry, we are adept at ritual. Harry Bacharach, is the two-tier justice system Freemason? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. There is no like two-tier justice system in Freemasonry. I'm not sure kind of what that is referring to. I mean, there can be a two-tier justice system in the world. Rich people maybe have access to better lawyers, things like that. But certainly, no one's getting access to a better lawyer or getting away with stuff because they're a Freemason. If that's kind of what you mention, are they the first on the ladder? Charismatic fiend. Again, I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean first on the ladder in terms of first like first to gain access to certain privileges or opportunities? No. Anybody who promises you that Freemasonry will get you those opportunities is probably part of a clandestine lodge, to be honest. I'm also a member of Transcona Legion. They have rules to abide, no different than Freemason judge, Freemason lawyers. I've known Masonic Freemasons who are also lawyers. I've never known any Freemasons who are also judges, but I know they exist. I'm sure they do, just from a numbers perspective. But again, if again, so you have to count on people to do the right thing. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've never heard of or witnessed, for example, a Freemason judge giving a Freemason defendant like a not guilty finding or anything like that. My dad wears ring. Well, so maybe he was trying. If it worked, that's unfortunate in some ways, though I understand the theory. Like, so, I don't wear a ring because it scratches my wheelchair. But sometimes I wear like a shirt with the square and compasses. I'm not doing it to get preferential treatment, but I am doing it because I hope maybe I'll meet somebody who will either be a Mason and I'll be able to talk to him and make a new friend out of that brother, or maybe somebody will see it and have questions about Freemasonry and the craft, and it's kind of a fun way to it's kind of a sign for people that, hey, I'm a Freemason. I like to talk about it. If you have questions, let me know. Same as this, right? I know. So yeah, I'm sure there are, right? There are Freemason everything. There's Freemason judges, Freemason janitors, Freemason captains, Freemason doctors, etc., right? If you were to use, yeah, so that's kind of the point, right? Now, that's not to say, again, you can't, like being a Freemason, you're going to just by default increase your network, just the nature of the game, right? So you join a lodge and you now have, 30 new brothers. Maybe one of them owns a car dealership. So maybe you look to him when you're buying your car, right? That's the nature of any social group and social organization. But actually going back to Michael's question, and sorry, unmitigated mind, I will talk to you about what clandestine lodge means in just 1 second. I did see your question. So what Michael Moore is saying, though, is, and actually interesting, in the 20s, there was a derisive term for people who would join like a million different fraternal groups in order to try to gain political or financial advantage. It was called bury the joiner. That was kind of the term for it. It was people who would join like the Elks, the Moose, the Oddfellows, the Masons, all with the purpose of gaining financial or political gain from it. It's not why you join. You're not going to enjoy it if that's what you're joining for. So clandestine lodge refers to a group that claims to be Masonic. It may use Masonic symbolism, but is not recognized by any other Grand Lodge. So for example, if you were to join a clandestine lodge, you pay them money, they give you a card, they say, okay, you're a Mason. But then you go and you try to visit my Masonic lodge, you're not able to get in because your lodge is clandestine, is not recognized by any other legitimate lodge. Are there, so, and that is protection to stop, for example, me from getting cranky and say, okay, I'm leaving Freemasonry and then starting Cameron's Masonic Club in my spare bedroom, where, I bring people in, they give me money, and I say, okay, now you're a Mason. It's like, no, I have to actually go through some type of process. It's no different than being a lawyer, being a doctor. I can't just call myself a lawyer or a doctor. I need to actually go through the prescribed steps to be licensed and registered. In Freemasonry, it's called giving a charter. In professions, like you need to be licensed lawyer, licensed doctor. And if you don't maintain your license, then you're not recognized, and it's, you're not able to go to court and say you're a lawyer. There are actual requirements. So that's what clandestine means. Usually a good tip is if you are joining a group and they claim, you will get very rich or very famous or very powerful by joining that group, then it's almost certainly clandestine and not to be trusted. So Prince Hall is not clandestine. Prince Hall is regular. I see how I added it, just kidding. Are there conflicting factions in Freemasonry, or are they all together in the ultimate beliefs? How would I answer that question? So Freemasonry is an umbrella term. There are different groups within Freemasonry, but I would not describe them as being in conflict. Now, there are, again, so if you view Freemasonry as a house, and there are many different wings in the house. There's youth groups, there's Rainbow and Demolay, there's Eastern Star, there's Order of Women Freemasons, which is more recognized than people realize, to be honest. There's Prince Hall, but that's all part of the same house, and that's Freemasonry. Then there are other people who are building other houses that call themselves Freemasonry or call themselves Freemasons, but I would argue they are clandestine. That's not the case, right? In some cases, they may even try through different means to sneakily attach what they're building to the House of Freemasonry by, for example, using our symbols or calling themselves Freemasons, right? But it's not the case. So I would say true Freemasonry, there are factions, but they don't conflict. They all work together in their ultimate beliefs. But there are some of these clandestine bodies that I would say are in conflict, unfortunately, and do sometimes cause trouble. But what I'd say about that, though, is, look, my view on it has always been, and still is, plenty of sand in the sandbox. What I mean by that is, I have no. If John Smith does decide, you know what, I like the symbol of Freemasonry, I like the square and compasses, I'm going to start something called John Smith's Freemasons. Good for him. Like, I have no beef with him starting that. That's fine. So long as he's honest and upfront that when people go to join, he explains, like, this is my thing. I'm starting it. This is not going to mean you can act, you can go to visit another lodge. This is just me starting something. But you have to be honest about your status as being clandestine, or call it whatever you want, but you have to be honest with the people joining that they're not joining a Masonic lodge that will give them access to meetings in other Masonic lodges, if that makes any sense. Cameron, sorry I'm late. Thank you so much, Courtney. We always love having you. Thank you for being here. Algorithm sent me, by the way. Thank you to the algorithm, and thank you, Harry, for being here. I've loved this conversation very much, and I love your questions. Pike says search after light. He does, but he says a lot of things. I'm rereading Morals and Dogma right now. It's actually on YouTube as an audiobook, and thank you to the person who put it up there. So I guess I'm re-listening to it, but he does say that, but he doesn't only say that. The thing about Pike is you got to be super careful. He says a lot of stuff, and I do think, even though he says a lot of stuff that's right, and we owe him a lot of credit, especially Scottish Rite owes him a lot of credit, he doesn't get everything correct. And don't forget, he came into Freemasonry about 100 and something years after it had already been established, and after a lot of these different things had been sorted out. Q Official 17, what do you do in secret? Well, if I told you, it wouldn't be a secret anymore, would it, Q Official? By the way, please hit the like and subscribe button. I don't know much about Mormonism, to be honest. I know there are Mormon Freemasons. I think actually one presidential candidate who went up against Obama. I can't think of his name. Mitt Romney. I believe he was both a Mormon and a Freemason, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, though. But I think I saw that online somewhere, and I believe from a reputable source. I broke the Gematria Code, Mason. You say that in all caps, Q Official, so you sound suspiciously like you might be vaguely threatening tone there. Is it Q Official 17? But cool. It's still good to have you. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and I appreciate you joining us here today. unmitigated mind. If you can also let me know how it is that you found our stream, and also if you'd be able to hit the like and subscribe button, I'd much appreciate it. I do actually still want to talk at some point about the junior warden position, one of the most important positions in Freemasonry, certainly one of the hardest positions in Freemasonry. I think it's a very important thing to talk about. Having said that, though, it's wonderful to have everybody joining us. I do want to mention one thing as well. I am having a contest right now for Square and Compass promotions. The purpose of Square and Compass promotions is to explore the many ways in which Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, and post stories of Masonic interest and talk about Freemasonry. We have a Patreon. Awesome. Thank you, YouTube. If you join our YouTube at any tier, including free, don't have to pay for anything. You can join free. You will be entered into a draw, and in that draw, you could win a scale model Windsor Masonic Temple. It is, to my knowledge, the only scale model Masonic building in existence. So please take a moment, go to Patreon, become a member, even at free, and you'll be entering the draw. The draw will be February 14th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Michael Moore, I was wanting to ask you, do you know of any other scale model Masonic buildings? Because the only one I know is the Windsor one, the one that I had created and commissioned. I think more Masonic buildings should look into this. They make great additions to train sets, to Christmas villages, all that good stuff. I know about Freemasonry devil worshiper. All right, Q Fisher, you don't sound like you like me at all. Well, I can tell you, good sir, I don't worship the devil, but hey, if that's what you want to believe, good on you. DJ Mithras, welcome, Dehudi. Forgive me if I pronounce it incorrectly. Greetings to you as well. I hope that you are doing well, and thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. Jeff J, new sub here. Thank you so much, Jeff, for subbing. I really do appreciate that very much. And thank you for being part of this stream. Harry, with the light inside, it looks really good. Yes, I agree. I think with the light inside, it looks awesome. I will include a light when I send it to you. I'll actually show you a picture of it on my Instagram, Square and Compass Instagram, so you can see it. Let me see, actually, if I can pull it up. I had one, but I sent the one I had here to Courtney because he signed up for a $50 membership before, which thank you again, Courtney, for that. I very much appreciate it. Let's see. I'm going to share this. Profanes are so predictable. Yes, they are, Spirit. Yes, they are. Do you know if L. Ron Hubbard was a Freemason? I don't believe he was. I think, so he was a Scientologist, created Scientology. He was also if I'm not mistaken, he may have been a Rosicrucianism, but I don't, to my knowledge, he was not a Freemason. I think one exists for Detroit Masonic Temple. I don't know what happened with that. Bring down the mic. Thank you for the advice, Freedom First. I'm the worst at this stuff. Is this better? Let me know if this sounds better. I'm the worst when it comes to audio visual. This sounds good. Let me know. Courtney, you're welcome. Let me share the screen. So this is from the Square and Compass Instagram. Need a little more volume. Let's see. Maybe like this. I got the volume up as high as I can. I appreciate the advice, Freedom First. Like I said, I am definitely not a audiovisual guy, so I hope this sounds a little bit better. You sound distant. Sounds good. All right, maybe I'll go like this. We'll see if this works okay. Chris Jewell, Howard came to the city of New York in March 1827 and attended Masonic meetings at St. John's Hall. So that's Howard, but not L. Ron Hubbard. Oh, so is this the Morgan Stanley affair? I don't know if that was ever confirmed, what you're talking about. I know about the Morgan Stanley affair, but I don't know if that had ever been actually confirmed as to what happened to him. I think that a lot of that was probably spread by the anti-Masonic party, to be honest. It wouldn't be a bad idea giving one to the Detroit Masonic Temple. But anyways, this is the scale model of the Windsor Masonic Temple. And if you join our Patreon, I'm going to leave it in the chat one more time, even for free. You don't need to pay anything. You can join for free, no purchase necessary. You can be entered into a draw, and you could potentially win one of these beautiful Masonic buildings. Hubbard claimed he was friends with Aleister Crowley, but Crowley did not know him personally. Also, what I mentioned about Aleister Crowley is I am not convinced Aleister Crowley was a Mason. He said he was. Excuse me. He said he joined when he was in Mexico. But to my knowledge, there's never been any proof or confirmation that he actually joined. No meeting minutes, no Mexican Freemasons confirmed he had joined. I'm always hesitant when a historical figure says they're a Freemason, unless I see some type of secondary proof. Like Winston Churchill, for example, I believe it because other people have seen, there was confirmation and there's meeting minutes and a register book which has his name in it. Going back to this, let me swing it even a little bit bigger picture. So you could win this scale model Windsor Masonic building. And I'm hoping, if nothing else, there are other Masonic lodges and Masonic buildings to consider creating some of their own, because I think of all the things, it seems to me one of the most obvious things that Freemasons could do in order to promote themselves and their buildings is create scale models to put in Christmas villages, train sets, display. It's interesting, during Christmas a couple of years ago, I called all the different manufacturers of people who made Christmas villages. And, I asked them, look, you've got scale model post offices, you've got scale model city halls, libraries, corner stores. Do you have any scale model Masonic buildings to put in these sets? And none of them said yes. So I think we in Freemasonry are missing out on that. Hubbard claimed as a little bit of an answer to that. Do you believe in the scientific method? Yes, I do. I need a little bit more detail in terms of what you mean by that. And I don't think you can apply the scientific method to everything. I think in some cases what you need to do is apply what I describe as a legal method. But I think certainly for scientific questions, I believe in the scientific method. Isn't the phrase for someone who claimed to be a Mason falsely a Cowan? Yes. Cowan or eavesdropper. I actually once knew a Mason called Cowan, which is kind of a funny joke. So, but yes. Peter Kuzmov, good evening all. Great turnout today. Yes, it has been a really great turnout today. Started off a little bit slow, actually, Peter, but then it really took off. So thank you so much to everybody who has been joining. It's been wonderful. Great turnout too on our poll question. Have you ever been a Masonic Junior Warden or Second General, otherwise responsible for refreshments? 43 votes, which is definitely the highest number I've ever had in terms of votes. 86% no, 14% yes. So much more no's than yeses. But still, it's been great. And please don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If people don't mind, I am going to switch gears a little bit, and I do want to get into my discussion of the Junior Warden. which for the many non-Masons, I believe, are in the chat, the Junior Warden is an officer in a Masonic lodge. He is responsible for a photo of DMT scale model. So there is a photo of it. That's really, really cool. Detroit Masonic Temple. I've heard Cowan, but I don't know where the word, I used to know. I should look that up again. I will look up the word Cowan before I go, or its origins, I should say. So a Junior Warden is responsible for preparing the arrangements or the food for a Masonic lodge. Obviously, this is incredibly challenging because, first, you don't know how many members, how many Masons are going to be showing up to a meeting. You know, you could have a meeting and you have 30, and next meeting you have 15, next meeting you have 7, next meeting you have 50. And so let me look quickly, actually. We'll answer this question. How did the word Cowan come up? I'm going to do a quick search. The term Cowan is thought to have originated in Old Scottish. It was used by operative Masons in Scotland to describe a pretender. So interestingly, it actually originated not with Freemasonry and people pretending to be a Freemason, but people pretending to be a stonemason and lying. And so if you were a Scottish stonemason and building a wall and someone came to you and said, I know how to build this wall as well, and they didn't know how to do it, you would call them a Cowan. So the origin of the word Scottish is believed to be Old Cowan. The origin of the word Cowan is believed to be from Old Scottish. I'm trying to find. Albert Mackey stated in Mackey's Encyclopedia, Cowan was a word uniquely Masonic in its origin. Interesting enough, and Dad, because I know you were heavily involved in unions, may find this interesting. Another idea of a Cowan was actually a scab, somebody who maybe learned how to work as a stonemason on their own, but refused to join a guild, which would otherwise be refused to join a union of the time. Stone walls that you see on British properties are Cowan-made walls. Okay, cool. This is a purely Masonic term and signifies in its technical meaning an intruder, whence it is always coupled with the word eavesdropper. Yes. Oh, Dad is happy because he's from Northern England. He knew it wouldn't be the English, it was those Scottish people. Yeah, Albert Mackey says it is also a purely purely Masonic term. So, Dad, is everybody give a go into the reactions and give some hearts for the English. And yeah, Cowan and eavesdroppers, it always tends to be connected. I mean, not in like colloquial phrases. I've used the phrase Cowan without including I've used the word Cowan without including the word eavesdropper when just discussing day-to-day stuff, but you know, or discussing masonry more in general. But yeah, you will see in ritual often Cowans and eavesdroppers combined. But I don't think again, one thing I'd keep in mind, Harry, is from what I understand, when you say purely Masonic term, you want to mean purely Masonic, not in the sense of Freemasonry, but rather purely Masonic in the terms of stonemasonry. It looks like it started from stonemasonry, and basically scabs or untrained individuals trying to work in stonemasonry and then being carried over into Freemasonry. All right. Going back to when it rains, it pours. There you go. So going back to discussions of the Junior Warden, just give me 1 second to, oh, sorry, Charismatic Fiend. There is a lodge a few miles down the road from me. That's awesome. If you're interested in Freemasonry, they always say to be one, ask one. Go send them a letter, talk to them, see if you can ask them questions, because I've tried to make this clear. I want to make clear one more time. I've been a Mason since 2007, but I don't know everything. And also, I can only really speak for my own Masonic journey and what I know. And there's a lot I don't know. And so maybe get in touch with them, because they might have they might have known more than I do. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Peacemaker 315, ABC 123s is their man-made curse language. Creators' natural tongues are prayer language. Normal, we remember who sailed here 1492. So first, Peacemaker, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe buttons. That helps big time. Let me know how you found us. Sorry, so is it Columbus to which you're referring when you say who remembered? I'm not sure. I don't know what ABC 123 means necessarily. So sorry, I'm not sure what ABC 123 is. Their man-made curse language, creates natural tongues or prayer. I'm not sure what that means, but I'd love to learn more. Well, that makes sense. Okay, Harry Bacharach, that is really interesting that you say that, because that actually does make sense, because the term eavesdropper references falling water or falling rain, right? The idea of an eavesdropper is basically came from someone who stood so close to the structure they were able to, how do I put it? So eavesdroppers refer to water falling off of a roof. So if you ever seen a roof, like if you ever seen a house that doesn't have eavesdrops, when it rains, the water will fall from the roof and form a line around the house. And then an eavesdropper was somebody who would be within that line, so he or she could hear what was happening in the house as an eavesdropper. So that is really, really cool. It does make sense, though. It rain, again, because eavesdroppers coming from this idea of water falling from a roof and somebody being inside that line formed by the water falling. So that's really cool. That does make sense to me. So that's a neat connection. That's another thing I learned. So that's why I love these live streams, because I'm always learning something I don't know. So it rains. That's really cool. If maybe I'll look up afterwards, because I learned that from Today in Masonic History. So, which is a really good resource for people to have. A Freemason lodges, opposite of creators, sweat lodge, Sundance lodges, etc. I don't think it's the opposite. I think it's all trying to potentially get to the same place, this through a different path. We talked about this yesterday. I'm not as convinced in the idea of opposites in a spiritual sense as some people are. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Again, speaking only for myself. And again, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Have you heard of asteroid 2024? I have not. I hope that doesn't mean an asteroid will be coming to hit us, because that would suck. But knowing the luck we've had the last few years, maybe there will be an asteroid coming. Going on to, once again, although I'm still loving this, so don't think, any questions you have, jump in and let me know. Going back to the idea of a junior warden, sorry. So junior warden, the office, right? It's preparing the food for the individuals. Either you can prepare it yourself, you can get somebody else to prepare it, or you can order it in, but you're responsible for making sure that there is refreshments available for members after or before a meeting. The challenges of doing this are you don't know what the numbers of the members are, so you don't know how much food you need to prepare. You don't know, you are trying to keep somewhat of a budget, because the food costs tend to come out of a lodge's budget, or you may have a thing where everybody who takes part needs to pay a certain amount. But again, if your dinners are super expensive, members may not be able to afford them, or the lodge may not be able to afford them. So you need to find a way to keep the prices down while feeding potentially 20 to 30 individuals. And you have to take into account dietary restrictions. You need to deal with people who might be vegetarian. They might have allergies. It might be religious doctrines. So you have to keep all those things in mind. So being a junior warden is incredibly challenging. It's interesting, I note 45 votes. Have you ever been a Masonic junior warden or otherwise responsible for refreshment? 84% no, 16% yes. So most of the people are saying no. One thing I found, or one resource I found, which I thought might be worth reviewing, would be Kevin Ashton, otherwise known as Old School Kevmo. He's on Instagram as well as YouTube, where he's doing quite a bit better than I am, but he's a really cool dude. He is a chef, and he works at a sorority house, where he has to basically make for about, I think it's 25 sorority girls. He has to cook for them breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So he has to cook a lot of food. He has to cook it on bulk, but he also has to keep within a budget that's set for him. And he also has to deal with the different dietary restrictions that the members have. So I did want to share first a couple of the videos of him cooking for these, large number of individuals. The other thing to keep in mind, which I think is worth noting, is the other thing you have to think about is equipment. That's another challenge junior wardens may have, is the time. Not just the time, but the time and the equipment. Like if you want to not order in, but actually prepare the food yourself, do you as a junior warden have the time to do so and the equipment to do so? And if you don't, is it worth, and I think it is, a Masonic Lodge to invest a little bit of money in the actual equipment that you're dealing with? So you can have maybe nicer meals, 25 people at it, feeding 25 people. Luckily enough, across the street from the Kona Lodge, there's a grocery store. There is, so that helps a lot. And they also let you park there. So thank you to them for that. Here in Texas, I think there'd be 5 Master Masons to sign off my petition. Usually it's 2, but it could be more. I don't know what the rules are in Texas. As a general rule, it's 2. I'd be happy to write something for you though, Courtney. And let me know when you receive your scale model, by the way. Send it today. I was told 8 to 10 business days, and I'm getting it tracked. So we're on the way. All right, so let me see. Here we go. We're going to start with his Instagram. This is Old School Kevmo. Example of him making marry me chicken. I'm not asking anybody to marry me, by the way, but this is a good example of him trying to cook for a large number of people, individually plating it. From what I recall, the number he said he has to make is for 25 girls. So let me know if you can hear this, if it sounds good, if you can see it, if it looks good, and we're going to go from there. All right. This is, once again, Instagram. Follow him on Instagram. He's a really cool guy. He's like the Bob Ross of cooking, to be honest. All right. Here we go.
We're doing marry me chicken for dinner. Go ahead and trim up your chicken. Get that little fat off of there. Now I got some thick chicken breasts. I'm just going to split them in half and we'll season them up. I got some kosher salt, garlic powder. I'm going to hit that with some Italian seasoning. Then I have some black pepper. That's good to go. Get your grill nice and hot. Throw those down. We're going to get a nice crust. We're not going to cook these all the way through. We are going to season them again. Be sure and get both sides. We want it to taste good all the way around. When they get a nice little crust like that, that's ready. You can leave them a little raw in the center. They're going to finish baking in the oven. So we're going to fix these up now. We hit them with a big handful of chopped garlic. Next, we're going to go down with some fresh chopped thyme. And then, guys, I'm going to add a little bit of chicken stock here. I pour this around the edges, and I'm going to add some heavy cream, too. It's perfect. A little bit right up the center. We're going to go in with our sun-dried tomatoes. I've got some crushed red chili flakes. And guys, we finish this with some Parmesan cheese, and I'm gonna put a pretty nice layer on there. I want that to get kind of crusty when I bake it in the oven. I'm at about 375. I'm gonna go for about 35 minutes. Let's show you how we plate this. I got some garlicky mashed potatoes. I put my chicken on that, a little bit of that sauce. I got some nice green beans with some fire roasted peppers. Look at that. And just get in there and enjoy. Dinner is served, and this was amazing. Marry me chicken. What a treat. Thanks for watching.
I like how at the end of every of his videos, he always says, "What a treat," um, which I think is a cool little thing. Actually, I just want to check this out quickly because let me see if I can see. The question was somewhere. Oh, here it is. All right. He cooks for 30 each day. So he's making this type of food for 30 people each day, which is a lot more than some Masonic lodges will get 30. Most will get, say, between, I would say on average, between 10 and 20. So not quite 30. But again, if he's capable of doing this, is it possible for other Masonic lodges to invest in some equipment so they have the bigger sheet pans and give the junior wardens a chance to do this type of stuff? Should junior wardens look at actually pushing or contracting out the junior warden position in some ways to finding maybe professional chefs? I'm wondering if actually over time it wouldn't end up costing you that much more because you're not, taking out all the time. Excuse me. Whew. Excuse me once again. You're not actually, because I've seen catered meals which are very expensive. This would be a lot cheaper. And it looks like you're getting just as good. Thank you, Court. Just as good food. Here's another example of what I want to pull out. See, during the summer when he's not at the sorority house anymore, you can see let me just pull this one up. Pesto chicken
Guys,
pasta.
we're doing pesto chicken pasta tonight with some garlicky roasted tomatoes. Let's start with the tomatoes. I got a little olive oil, salt, pepper. We're going to go ahead and add a big old scoop of garlic on there, guys. Finish with a little bit of basil. And just give that a little tossy toss. Get it all really well coated. We're going to throw those down on a pan. I have my oven at 400 degrees. About 15 minutes later, they're all blistered and starting to release their juices. I'm going to put those in a pan and we'll set them aside. Let's go ahead and get our chicken going. So I'm using thighs today. We're going to start out with a little olive oil. That's going to be the binder. Go ahead and add on a little bit of this tomato bouillon. And I've also got some salt, big pinch of black pepper. I go down with some garlic powder. And guys, I've got some paprika, some oregano, a little bit of basil, little smidge of my Caesar dressing just to kind of make it creamy, get everything really well coated, and that looks good. We're going to grill this off, get some nice color on it. We want to cook it all the way through. Then what we're going to do is just chop that up and we'll make our pasta. So chicken goes in the pan, a big scoop of those garlicky tomatoes, and we'll add our bow ties. And guys, I have some nice fresh pesto that goes in next. Check out my eggplant sandwich if you want to see how that pesto was made. And that's it. Give a little tossy toss, throw it down on a plate, little Parmesan cheese and some pine nuts. Guys, super simple. Garlic bread and dinner served. What a treat. Thanks for watching. Cheers, everyone. Guys, we're doing
And there was one I also wanted to show. I'm going to pull up in a second. I'll do one more of these videos for no other reason than I like them and I think it's kind of fun to watch. But and like I say, he reminds me of Bob Ross. And he's talked about this on his channel. He's actually is suffering from cancer at the moment. He's getting treated for it. So all the credit in the world for this gentleman to be posting such fun and uplifting content while also going for cancer treatments. Today is World Cancer Day, I found out. So first of all, to everybody suffering from cancer, I'm very, nothing but good wishes. My mom passed away of cancer. It sucks. So, fuck cancer from, the bottom of my heart. But but credit to this guy for going through this and posting such positive videos. When will he amalgamate in my lodge? I agree. Although this is the interesting question, Dad, and let me know what you think. And Peter, let me know what you think about this as well. Like, do you think it'd be possible for, like, let's say we were to go to, so I don't know how much this guy makes per year. Let's say he makes American 60,000 a year to cook for 30, to cook, I believe, 2 meals for 30 people per meal. So basically 60 meals in every day, Monday through Friday. Would it be possible for Masonic Lodge to say to each of its members, we're going to charge you, let's say you have 100 members in the lodge, $1,000 a year, but we're going to use that to, let's say, hire, doesn't have to be this guy, but hire a chef to come in every day and cook meals for any Masons who may be stopping by, as long as you're a member. Or even, let's say you did it less. So let's say you only bring him in 3 times a month for meetings and special events. Would he be willing to work for, let's say, 20,000 a year? But he comes in when a meeting night is, and he does this type of food for those members and for guests and stuff. And you set a budget and all that. Maybe it would cost, if you have 100 members, let me do the math because I can't do the math in my head. All right, so let's say that would cost him, I think, 3 times a month coming in. I think 10,000 a year would be more than fine, right? 3 times a month, so 10,000. I got to get a calculator. I can do math in my head. Okay, so basically you'd be paying him $833 a month to come in for 3 meetings. And let's say that $833 is both his salary plus the food that he purchases. That all comes out of that. So let's say you divide that by a lodge that has, let's say, 100 members. So basically, in theory, you would be asking your membership to pay an extra $10 a month to have this guy come in for 3 meetings and, create this food. That seems to me like a pretty good deal. So maybe you don't have to get into amalgamate with your lodge. Maybe you can get him to, you can pay him to be part of your lodge. I think it's worth considering. I think sometimes Masons are pound smart and penny foolish, or sorry, penny smart and pound foolish. And I think this is one of those examples. Like, look at this thing he makes.
So guys, last week I made Marry Me Chicken. This week we're going to follow it up with Breakup Chicken. Stick with me. This is a sad dish. So we're going to go ahead and cover up these thighs, and I'm just going to pound them. Get them nice and thin. We're going to season them. This is my new favorite seasoning. It's my salt, pepper, garlic, onion. I'm going to throw these down on the grill, get them nice and seasoned again. Both sides, guys. We want both sides to taste good. That's what Emerald used to say.
I agree.
Like that. Throw them on a sheet pan. They don't have to be cooked all the way through. Now for the breakup. Guys, we're going to douse those in this really strong garlic oil. Then I'm add a little bit of chicken stock. And we're going to go ahead and season. I got oregano. I got a little bit of thyme. We're going to go down with a little bit of basil. Super simple. You can use whatever spices you like. I think these 3 are a great combo. We're going to finish that with some Parmesan cheese. I can smell that garlic. It's super strong. We're going to throw this in the oven, 375, about 30 minutes. Guys, look at that. Now, we're not done. Now we throw a piece of provolone on top of each one. That's going to go back in the oven. Yep. Now we're going to make a sauce while that melts. It's going to be a little olive oil. I'm going to throw down my red onion, add in a big scoop of garlic. Guys, just mix that around. We don't want it to brown. Just soften it a little bit. Season it up, salt and pepper. Give a little tossy toss, and we're going to go in with our tomato sauce. Super simple. Stir that around. When that comes to a little simmer, we're going to go ahead and add in some heavy cream. This will lighten the whole thing up. Go ahead and give that a stir. We're going to go ahead and add in some diced tomatoes. This is going to give some really nice texture. Then I have a whole bunch of fresh basil. I'm going to put that in. That's just going to brighten the whole dish up. It's going to be amazing. At this point, we want to season a little bit of salt and pepper. I also am going to throw in a little dried parsley. Give that one more stir. Then we're going to finish this with some grated Parmesan cheese. That's it. Mix that up. Guys, let that simmer for just a second, and we're ready. That's our fresh tomato basil sauce. Let's go ahead and plate. Let me show you how we do this. Start with a little scoop of some orzo that goes down on our plate. We grab that chicken. Look at that. The cheese is all melty.
Parmesan.
We'll put one down on each pile. We're going to hit it with that sauce now. This is looking perfect. As a finisher, I've got some grilled broccolini. That's going to go down. Guys, dinner's served. Break up chicken with grilled broccolini. What a treat. Thanks for watching. Cheers, everyone.
I love how this guy is eating, like, making this delicious food. I'm here eating my day-old donut from Tim Hortons. Not that Tim Hortons isn't delicious, though, for the record. This is fun. Maybe I should make this for Dad when I go see him again in a couple weeks.
So guys, we're making spaghetti pancakes today. So I had to clean my grill this morning. And before we make the pancakes, we have to season it. So I'm using bacon to do that. And I like to cook the bacon right into that grill. That grease seems to really do a great job of seasoning. So I'm doing a 1-2 punch. After the bacon's done, I'm going to cook some potatoes, guys. And a little bit of oil and butter is going to go on the grill. That's looking pretty good, but watch what happens when I add this. Guys, it's going to turn into a slip and slide. I get my potatoes out there, and I'm going to start cooking these. I'm going to add some seasoning to them. Guys, these are just going to start wiggling around. Look at that. This is perfectly seasoned now. You can cook some eggs on here. You can cook anything you want. It's not going to stick. So I'll go ahead and move these around. I want to get some nice color on them. When they look like this, those are about ready. We'll push them aside. We're going to scramble some eggs. I got a lot of butter in a pan, and it slightly started browning, which is just going to add a nice flavor. So I get these all scrambled up, try to keep them slightly soft, set those aside. Guys, let's make our spaghetti pancakes. I make a standard batter. I put it in a squirt bottle. We just squirt out some twirls. You can go straight back and forth if you want. I think this is going to work better because I'm doing spaghetti pancake bowls this morning. So those look good. We're going to go potatoes on the bottom. Next, we're going to hit that with some of those scrambled eggs. Guys, I'm going to grab some bacon, chop that up. I grabbed a couple slices. I throw that in. I feel like that wasn't quite enough. We grab another one, throw right on top. That's looking good. Grab that spaghetti pancake. One goes down, followed by another. Little bit of powdered sugar on top, guys, and we finish with some Vermont maple syrup. That's it. Just get in there and enjoy. What a treat. Spaghetti pancake breakfast bowls. Thanks for watching. Cheers, everyone. So, guys, we're making spaghetti pancakes today.
I do want to find, I know I posted it. Now I can't find it. Of course, when I need it, I can't find it. This gentleman, Old School Kevmo, he talks about actually like how some of the more practical elements of what he's doing, cooking in a sorority house, like how it works cooking for 30 people who have of how it works to cook for 30 people who have different dietary restrictions, different schedules, may have different preferences with food, the budget. I do want to share that. Let me see if I can find that video on his YouTube page. Oh, here it is. Actually, I found it. All right, that was easy. I'm going to share that because I think that to me is kind of the point I'm trying to get at, which is the practical challenges of cooking and being a junior warden and how you can deal with that. And maybe it is a thing where you have to look at basically contracting it out and having the junior warden be the person responsible for the contract and finding the person, but not necessarily doing the food. It may cost more money, but I think there's a lot of value in that. So I'm going to go to Old School Kevmo's YouTube page, which also you should subscribe to because it's awesome. I'm going to go back to the start of this thing. Hold on just one sec. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share this tab instead. Let me know when you guys can see it. And welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're here talking about the junior warden's position in a lodge and how there may be ideas and ways that we can look at giving some help to junior wardens, and maybe as lodges, if we spend a little bit more money, we can do some really special things at the junior warden's position, like look outside for other chefs. And the example I have here, and I love it, is a chef who works at a sorority house. So he has to prepare meals for 30 girls, I understand, twice a day, Monday through Friday. And it may seem like, and again, he has to deal with all the same problems a junior warden will when it comes to, for example, dietary restrictions, numbers, budgets, things of that nature. So he really discusses how he deals with some of those issues in this YouTube video. By the way, please subscribe to him. He's awesome. Old School Kevmo. Sneaky Smurf. I assume you are a sneaky fellow then, Mr. Smurf. The four-corner rule in contract law. Oh my God. You're making me go back to remember my law school days. I have no idea what the four-corner rule is. I don't remember contracts at all. I don't remember law at all. It's like a big blank space in my head. I remember liking law school a lot, but I don't remember any of the rules. So it's been a while. But welcome, Sneaky Smurf. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you can. I'd very much appreciate it. We're going to share this, and then Sneaky Smurf, I'll be right back.
So one of the most common questions people ask about being a sorority chef is, how does the menu work? What if the girls don't like it? What if they have allergies? So I'm going to try to answer all of that right here and right now. So I write the menu every week. I do it 4 times a month. And then I send it to one of the girls and they post it for the other girls to see. And those girls then decide if they want everything. You know, if I'm making a cheeseburger and fries, and maybe one of them doesn't want fries, so she'll say she'll have everything but no fries, and maybe they'll have everything but no cheese, and so they can kind of pick and choose for the meal. If they don't want a cheeseburger at all, if they don't want what I'm making, I have a list of alternative meals that they can pick from, different things, salads, some sandwiches, quesadillas, and such. So there's always something that they can eat, and they're always going to be filled up. So as for allergies, I accommodate everybody. I mean, I have to. That's my job. And I've seen every allergy come through the house. We've had peanut allergies, soybean, gluten, dairy. I've had vegetarians. It's no big deal. It's easy to work with. I just accommodate. If I'm making something, I just buy an alternative food source to fill in for the allergy. Really, at the end of the day, what I want to do is just feed these girls a beautiful meal, give them something that's comforting and warm. I want it to be as close as you can get to a home-cooked meal, which for some of these girls, home is a long ways away. So I'm basically a one-man show. I do the shopping as well, and I do most of the cleaning. I do have a couple of girls that come in and do the dishes at the end of the night. It's like a part-time job for them working in there. They get an hour or two every night. It works out great. A little bit of cash at the end of the week. So I do have a budget, so I have to write the menu to fit within that. It's not a free-for-all. But that's basically how it works. It's real simple, man. Love this job. What a treat. Thanks for watching. Cheers, everyone.
I love the way he says, after every time he has a meal, he says, what a treat. But he also says, what a treat about just working at the lodge or working at the sorority house. Just having a job, he says, what a treat. I think that's a good attitude to have. But so again, you could take this idea and you could apply it to the junior warden position. So what if a lodge were to say, okay, we're going to hire somebody on the outside to come in 3, 4, twice a month, whatever the lodge meeting schedule is, and he is responsible for preparing the food for the lodge, the refreshment. And the junior warden's position then is he is the contact or the liaison between the chef that is hired and the lodge. So he is the one. So you saw there, for example, the cook, old school Kevmo, said, every month he sends an email to somebody with the menu for that month. So what if, this chef, every month he sends a email to the junior warden. He says, okay, for these dates, this is the meal we're having. The junior warden is then responsible for distributing that to the membership. And if any of the membership have any allergies or concerns about the meal, the junior warden is responsible for communicating that back to the chef. As well as the junior warden is responsible for advising the chef about the budget that the lodge has set, making sure that the chef knows what the budget he's working in. And also, you could have a situation where the old school Kevmo mentioned that, he does everything except for the dishes. That could again be the steward's job. So the stewards, who are supposed to do that type of thing anyways, the stewards would have to come in after and, do the dishes. Maybe the lodge could give them an honorarium, but to me, it's the job of the stewards to do that type of work anyway. So I necessarily wouldn't agree with giving them any type of honorarium, but it would be up to the lodge, right? It would depend if there are several. I think it would depend on the numbers, right? Because the issue is if you have a lodge that has a couple hundred members, not all 200 are going to show up regularly. But a couple hundred members, you have 20 to 30 showing up per meeting. You could easily increase the dues, I think, to accommodate the cost of having a cook like old school Kevmo doing it, especially if he's only doing 2 meetings per month. It would be relatively easy, I think, to accommodate that as a cost for both the food and the salary. If there are several lodges working at the same place, that could become like, or yes, it could. It absolutely could. I agree with that 100%. And again, if every lodge, but you have to get every lodge to agree. That's the hard part. And one thing I've found is a major challenge in my experience is getting every lodge to agree on these things. But if you could, then yeah. So then maybe because, at the Windsor Masonic Temple, you could in theory have a Masonic meeting. You do actually have a Masonic meeting every night of the week, certainly if you include the rites. So yeah, it could easily be a situation where you have one chef, he's on staff, he's there 5 days a week, 7 days a week, he's getting paid, and he then has to communicate with different junior wardens. So if on Monday, Trinity Lodge, so let's say Thursday, Harmony Lodge is meeting, he needs to communicate with the Harmony Lodge junior warden as to what the meal is that night and be advised of any dietary restrictions beforehand, as well as know the budget for, that type of thing. And on the other side, Windsor's meeting Friday, same thing. He kind of has to know those. Or you have one contact for all the lodges, which would be tricky. But I agree, Peter, if there are several lodges working at the same place, that could be like an ordinary job. I agree, and maybe one day we'll get to that point. Maybe there is, that already exists somewhere. I just can't think of any examples at the moment. Sneaky Smurf. Now, this becomes handy when, let's say, you simply draw a box there are to write your name and date on the paper. That's the beauty of the four-corner rule. You don't have to remember it or what's within the four corners, that you can't cast an opinion simply on the merit of the content. You could. I mean, there are some Masonic lodges that do have restaurants in their buildings, I know, but they don't sometimes, but they're not always being used for Masonic meetings. Those are usually like outside events or customers, which again, though, if you have that there, would the restaurant be willing to stay open later to accommodate a Masonic meeting, especially if the Masons meet after the lodge is done? It's there's different ways to do it, but it's this idea of professionalizing the Masonic junior warden experience. Because I think one of the challenges we're facing right now is people just don't have the time to do something if they're not getting paid for it. Unfortunately, for better or worse, like if you're a junior warden and you have to do the food and you also have a job and family commitments, do you have the time to dedicate yourself to doing a meal like what old school Kevmo does if if you also have family and work, right? Whereas Kevmo, that's his job. So he has to not only do it, but he has to do it well. He has to make sure he's there. He has to take into account things like dietary restrictions. Even like what he said, because I've had this conversation with Masons in the past, junior wardens, where I talked to them about you have to keep in mind we have a vegetarian, we have people who can't eat X or Y, and their response is, look, this is a volunteer position. You're getting donuts and coffee because I have to work, you know? I also know this one gentleman that goes by the name Tony, and he's quite large in stature. It actually called putting in the required time, paying your dues. I don't disagree. That was my philosophy for many years. I've been a Mason, sneaky snurf since 2007. And I tended to have that same philosophy. But lately, I have been more sympathetic. I don't have a family myself, more sympathetic to this idea of like, can you how much can you reasonably put on a mason in 2025? It's not the same as it was in the 80s or the 70s or the 50s or the 20s in terms of what you can potentially expect. And maybe we need to start looking at some ideas like bringing in our own old school kevmo, um I think there's definitely something to be considered there. By the way, Sneaky Smurf and everybody, if you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The more people we have liking and subscribing to this stream, the better it is. I'm just going to change this poll question. I do want to share this one more time with people if you haven't seen it yet. I do want to share the old school Kevmo video one more time because I think, like I said, there's a lot of value in there. But I'm going to change my poll question to, sorry, the gentleman's name is Tiny and he's quite large in stature. It sounds like a joke to me, pretty funny. All right. Or, many people who are tiny end up getting, I found many people who are large in stature end up with the nickname Tiny or Little, as in like Little John. Should Masons or should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JW responsibilities to third parties while paying the third parties? I'm just going to say third party. I'm not going to even say, explain it more. Should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JW responsibilities to third parties? And I do want to share this one more time. So let me just share this once again. Let me know if you can see it and hear it. Okay. And here we go.
So one of the most common questions people ask about being a sorority chef is, how does the menu work? What if the girls don't like it? What if they have allergies? So I'm going to try to answer all of that right here and right now. So I write the menu every week. I do it 4 times a month. And then I send it to one of the girls and they post it for the other girls to see. And those girls then decide if they want everything. If I'm making a cheeseburger and fries and maybe one of them doesn't want fries, so she'll say she'll have everything but no fries, and maybe they'll have everything but no cheese, and so they can kind of pick and choose for the meal. If they don't want a cheeseburger at all, if they don't want what I'm making, I have a list of alternative meals that they can pick from, different things, salads, some sandwiches, quesadillas, and such. So there's always something that they can eat, and they're always going to be filled up. So as for allergies, I accommodate everybody. I mean, I have to. That's my job. And I've seen every allergy come through the house. We've had peanut allergies, soybean, gluten, dairy. I've had vegetarians. It's no big deal. It's easy to work with. I just accommodate. If I'm making something, I just buy an alternative food source to fill in for the allergy. Really, at the end of the day, what I want to do is just feed these girls a beautiful meal, give them something that's comforting and warm. I want it to be as close as you can get to a home cooked meal, which for some of these girls, home is a long ways away. So I'm basically a one-man show. I do the shopping as well, and I do most of the cleaning. I do have a couple of girls that come in and do the dishes at the end of the night. It's like a part-time job for them working in there. They get an hour or two every night. It works out great. A little bit of cash at the end of the week. So I do have a budget, so I have to write the menu to fit within that. It's not a free-for-all. But that's basically how it works. It's real simple, man. Love this job. What a treat. Thanks for watching. Cheers, everyone.
Looks like we have got, should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their data responsibilities to third parties? Yes, 60%, no, 40%, 5 votes. Looks like it's 3-2. Let me know. By the way, I'm 1 like away from getting 30 likes on this stream. So you got time. You can hit that like button if you're just joining us. Of course, there is plenty of, once again, other things to chat about as it relates to Freemasonry. That's the thing I love talking about. I appreciate it. It's been a great, great turnout so far on this stream, and I really appreciate everybody who's jumped on. But if you have any questions, by all means, now's the time as well. So let me know what it is that you want to talk about. I do figure why not share a couple more of these, because this guy's such a refreshingly enjoyable fellow. Let's see if I can find some of his other clips that I really liked. I know that Peter Kuzmov loves cheese, apparently, so maybe, actually, here, because Freemasons love anything related to like stews or pastas. All right, so let me just share this screen. Hit that like button, everyone. Yeah, hey, I made it to 31 likes. Look at that. I made it 1 over. Interesting. Should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their data responsibilities to third parties? 50% yes, 50% no. Okay, 3 and 3. Thank you, everybody who's hit the like and subscribe button so far. Answer the poll question. And if you're not a Freemason, I'm curious, even still, what your thoughts of more in this general idea. Like, if you belong to a club or a group, would you be more inclined to be a part of it or join it if there was on site a professional chef? And also, would you be willing to pay more in order to have access to a professional chef for meals? Because that's the thing to keep in mind. It's not just the access, it's the it's not just having it there and the access to it, it's having the money or being willing to pay more for it, because that is something I will say. Freemasons, I love you guys, but sometimes you're not willing to spend as much as you should for the craft, not to, not to throw any shade. I wish you can hit that like button more than just once. I agree, Sneaky Smurf, but what you can do is hit the hundreds or hit the hearts. Do that a lot. That will get more people checking out the stream. All right, let's do this old school Kevmo. It's not, I don't think there's any Parmesan on this one, but there is some cheese.
If we're making cheeseburger macaroni, well, first we're going to need some cheeseburgers. We're making smashers. So throw some balls down on the grill. Get out my smasher. It's time to flatten these things. Get them all flattened out, guys. We're going to season them. A little bit of kosher salt, some black pepper. And I'm going to add a little garlic powder on there. I think that's going to be perfect. Go ahead and flip these over once they get nice and crusty. Look at that. Now we're going to add some cheese. I got Gouda on one side, Munster on the other. We'll set them aside. Guys, look at those. Those are ready. Let's grate some cheese. I got a little mozzarella. We're going to start with that one.
Cool.
Go down with some medium cheddar. I got jack cheese. I got some Gruyere. I think that's going to work. And to start, we're going to throw down some American cheese. So I got the slices. Guys, let's make our sauce. Butter in the pan, a little bit of flour. We're making a roux. We'll let that cook out for a few minutes. And we're going to go ahead and add in our milk a little at a time. Add some milk, give it a stir. Go ahead and add in a little bit more milk. We'll go ahead and give it another stir. Just go back and forth till it gets the right consistency. Now we're going to start with a little cream cheese in there. I have the whipped cream cheese. I think it's going to melt down nice. I throw in my American slices. We're going to start mixing this up. This is going to be a good base. This will get it nice and creamy. Now we add our other cheeses a little at a time. Give that a stir. Add the rest of the cheese in there. Give that another stir. Guys, we want to season this. I've got some salt, a little bit of pepper, a little garlic powder, and for just a little bite, we're going to add in a touch of cayenne, a little squirt of Dijon mustard, and we'll give that a nice stir. And I don't want to boil that, guys. That's what's going to make your sauce gritty. So just let that stay nice and warm. We're going to chop up these burgers now, get those ready, throw in our macaroni, give that a stir. Guys, it's burger time. That goes right in. This is looking perfect. Give that a nice stir.
That's what it's called. I've never heard it called
Cheeseburger
anything else but
macaroni
American
made
cheese.
with some classic smashers. Look at that, man. Just get in there and enjoy. I got in there and took a bite, man. It tastes nothing like the stuff in the box. It was so much better. Smash burger macaroni. What a treat. Thanks for watching. Cheers, everyone.
So again, just imagine coming to a lodge and, you're given a bowl of that for your refreshments, or, the Marry Me chicken, or whatever it might be. Or even, again, if you do have somebody on a full-time basis, maybe people could even stop in and just grab a quick meal if he's there. Oh, I said I've never heard it called anything but American cheese. So, yeah. I think that's always been kind of what I've heard it called. In my experience, unenthusiastic volunteers can bring down the energy of an event. If the event is valuable, I'd rather pay out of pocket and have a guy like Kevmo come. Yeah, I agree with that personally. I'm more on that side of it as well. I think, part of it is, for better or worse, you pay for what you get, right? Or so if you're paying nothing basically, or paying very little, then that is going to affect what you get. And Kevmo, right? I mean, part of it is, I'm sure, his natural demeanor. He seems like a guy who's just naturally super friendly and upbeat, which is a good thing. But also, I do suspect that the fact that it's his job kind of forces him or encourages him to be more, what's the word to use it? More enthusiastic. Because today is, again, World Cancer Day. Maybe, and also because everything we've been showing so far. Actually, we'll do this one. Because this, first of all, he's got This Is My Cancer Fighting t-shirt on. Good for him. Wishing him nothing but the best, obviously. But again, imagine coming into lodge and everybody getting this for their refreshments. Yeah, I've always called it American cheese myself, or sometimes Kraft cheese slices. We call it that as well. All right, let's hit the play button.
So, guys, we're doing a 4-piece roasted pork dinner, and I got my pork in the brine. Let me show you how we got to this point. Take my pork loin, throw it in a dish, and we're going to make that brine. I just put some water in a pan. I'm going to add some salt, some sugar, some peppercorns, some mustard seeds, throw a few bay leaves, a little rosemary, thyme, and some lemons. I'm going to bring that up to a simmer. I just want to kind of dissolve that sugar and salt. Then we're going to add some ice and completely cool this off. We're going to pour that right over the pork. We do this the day before. That way it sits for 24 hours. It's going to get great flavor. It's going to help it stay moist. So here we are. We're up to date. I pull it out. I rinsed it. I throw it down on my rack. I'm going to pat it dry, add some olive oil, just rub that around, and we're going to season. I have a salt, pepper, garlic blend, then some fresh rosemary and thyme. That goes in the oven, 400 degrees. And like I said, this is a 4-part meal. So now part 2, we're doing apples. My version of stewed apples, are kind of like an applesauce, if you will. So I'm going to add some sugar, and next we'll go in with a little bit of clove. I have some nutmeg and some allspice, and we're going to add some ginger. I'm not going real heavy on these spices. They're very strong. I will put a lot of cinnamon in there, and I have some apple cider. That's going to be my liquid. Throw that on the stove. We're going to let that simmer for a while, let everything kind of soften up. Now, I didn't peel these or core them or anything. I'll put them through the food mill, grind it up, leave those other things behind, and guys, look at that. It's ready. All right. Part 3 of this meal, we're doing crispy fried potatoes. It's like a potato lyonnaise. Put them on the mandolin, get them nice and ribbony, and we're going to throw them out here. Now, if you guys remember, I forgot to use some onions the other day when I was making these steak sandwiches, so I thought they would be perfect on here. I hit these with a little bit of salt. I throw some more butter. I don't want these to oxidize while they're kind of starting to cook. Then I take those onions I had, I sprinkle them right on there. Mix this around, just keep them moving. This is on a medium-low heat. It's going to take a while, but we get it nice and crispy. 4th course, I got rice cooking. I'm just boiling it off. All right, we're not steaming it. I didn't even measure. I put it in my bowl, add some sweetened condensed milk, add some cinnamon. We're making a sweet cinnamon rice. Just stir that around. That's perfect, guys. I always want to taste your food. Make sure it's up to par. I'm going to put that in a dish. We're about ready. Pork loin comes out. It was in there for about an hour and 20 minutes. Let me show you what we do. A little bit of those crispy potatoes go down. I cut some pork. Look how juicy that is. That is just absolutely perfect. A couple slices on the plate. We put a little scoop of that rice. My little stewed apples. Guys, dinner is served, man. What a treat. Thanks for watching. That's the whole game right there. Cheers, everyone.
All right, so that is my thoughts, at least what's everyone to share as it relates to the junior warden position, and something I think lodges should potentially consider when it comes to the junior warden position and the food position. And again, I think if you were to do something like bringing in a Kevmo in, you could use the junior warden more as a liaison between the lodge and the chef. To make sure that the liaison is communicating with the chef, making sure the liaison is making sure any food allergies are expressed, but also you could also use the stewards to do things like the cleanup and afterwards. It may cost the lodge more money, both in terms of, or the membership more money, both in terms of the ingredients as well as the chef himself, as well as potentially equipment he may need if he's going to do individual cooks for everybody, like one piece of chicken per person. You may need bigger pans, you may need a special stove, but my suspicion is for a one-time payment or one-time expense, you will end up getting the benefit from it over time. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Nye. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Please hit the like and subscribe button, and by all means, general question away. Interestingly enough, while you're writing your question, should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JW responsibilities to third parties? Yes, 50%, no, 50%. So 5 and 5. That's interesting to see that as an answer. Peter, I don't know if you have any thoughts on it. Dad, if you have any thoughts on it, jump in the chat. Let me know. I hope you enjoyed your walk over to the Legion as well. And Mr. Nye, thank you. And also, Mr. Nye, with your question, let me know how you came across our stream. Was it through the YouTube algorithm, all that good stuff? And if it was through the YouTube algorithm, thank you, YouTube. Or maybe follow us on social media. I'm not sure. Nah, Hamash. There's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce that. I'm very sorry. I'm going to call you Hamsha. But JW responsibilities. Well, so sorry, Nahamsha. I do want to get to Mr. Nye's question first, but then I will get to yours. I believe it's a question asking what the JW responsibilities are. So a friend at work has a sticker that says, "Want to join, just ask." So that's a very common refrain amongst Masons. What you often hear amongst Masons is to be one, ask one, basically meaning in Freemasonry, the idea has always been that we don't approach people and say, we want you to be a member. Rather, what we ask is if people are interested, we hope that they will approach us. And that's what that sticker is saying. If you're interested, don't even have to want to be a member, just if you're interested, ask. And so that's kind of always been the philosophy. So I guess what he's saying in the sticker is he's open to somebody approaching him and asking him about being a Freemason. When I'm here on the stream, obviously, I'm saying the same thing. I'm open to people approaching me and asking me about Freemasonry. So that's what it is. So JW responsibilities. So in Freemasonry, in pretty much every jurisdiction of which I'm aware, the JW stands for Junior Warden. And his responsibility is to prepare the refreshments, the food basically, at a lodge meeting. Some lodges meet before the meeting, some lodges meet after the meeting. And his responsibility, so he could decide to cook the food himself, he could decide to order the food in or pick the food up or get his family. Sometimes wives have been known to end up being the unofficial junior warden. And so the question is, and many people struggle with this from a junior warden perspective, if you have a family, if you're busy, do you have the time to take care of the refreshments? Are you only going to be ordering in from other places? Does that get expensive? And the question was, and also with ordering in, like you can only order in so much individually. You usually have to order in like a big bowl of pasta, you're not serving individually. You're kind of putting the food out and letting people serve themselves, which presents its own challenges. So does it make sense to do it where a lodge increases its dues, but pays a chef to actually come in and prepare food for the members? And the junior warden becomes more of a liaison between the chef and the members, where the junior warden is communicating to the membership what the meals are going to be, and vice versa. If there's any allergies or concerns, the JW expresses those to the chef. Is 58 too old to begin? No, Mr. Nye, 58 is not too old to begin. There's no age that's too old to begin. There's an age that's too young to begin. In Ontario, you have to be at least 21 years of age, but you can join from 29 to 100 you can join from 21 to 121. So if anybody makes it to 121. So 58 is absolutely not too old to begin. Clearly you're interested since you're asking questions about it. So yeah, I'd say your friend with the bumper sticker, if he is your friend or colleague, he's making it clear he wants people to ask him about it. So talk to him. Nahamsha, you are welcome. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. We have just been talking about the junior warden responsibilities and potentially some ideas on how to run it differently. Maybe you even got some recipe ideas if you're looking at becoming a junior warden. But this is here to talk about Freemasonry, and that can be anything you want to talk about. So I've been a Freemason myself since 2007. I certainly don't know everything about the craft. I don't pretend to, and I can only speak for myself and my experiences, but I hope I can at least give some people some general ideas and things to talk about. I've been taught one thing for years about Mason. I've been seeing a different picture lately. It's a shame the way some say thank you. I mean, so there are people who have negative views of Freemasons. I never let that kind of bother me. So I'm involved in professional wrestling, and there was a professional wrestling quote that I always go back to. The quote was from a professional wrestler. He said, "Look, I can't make you believe that professional wrestling is real, but I can make you believe that I'm real." And Mr. Nye, when it comes to Freemasonry, my view on it, to anybody who has maybe a negative view or says different things about Freemasonry, my thinking is always, look, I can't convince you that Freemasonry is good, but I can convince you that I'm good. And hopefully from there, you'll be able to see the good in Freemasonry. And if people don't, that's okay. But, don't worry too much, and don't worry too much about feeling like, because it sounds to me a little bit, Mr. Nye, like you feel like you kind of waited too long, or you're kind of sad you didn't join sooner based on what you were taught. I'd say don't feel that way, because at the end of the day, everything happens for a reason, and maybe you weren't supposed to become interested in Masonry or join Masonry until a little bit later in life. Who knows? But don't worry about that. Just worry about the future and, talking to people. Man, this is super cool. Thank you, Courtney. I really do appreciate you being here very much. It's been an absolute blast. We've had a great turnout, especially earlier on. We had a great group of people showing up, a high number. But it's great to have some more people joining us once again. So thank you, everybody who's here and been a part of it. Please, please, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Mr. Nye, if you haven't done so yet, like and subscribe. The more people we have hitting those buttons, the better it is for this channel. You can follow us on other places as well. And I'm going to mention once again, I mentioned this earlier. 36 Lee, I can't pronounce this. Very sorry. I'm going to call you 32. 32, welcome. Shalom. Shalom to you as well. Looks like the Israeli flag. Interestingly, I just became a member of Holy Land Lodge number 50, an affiliate member, which exists in Tel Aviv. Maybe one day I will get the chance to visit Tel Aviv. It's 100% on my list of goals. I'd like to visit Freemasonry in more jurisdictions around the world. I do this, Mr. Nye, I do this every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, as often as I can. I'm doing it tomorrow again at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you have any questions, now's your chance. Or anytime is your chance to jump on. I don't always have a set out date, or out time, I should say. I kind of just go for as long as I can, usually. Today, I have a meeting I got to get to tonight. But yeah. Do you think the Freemasons built the pyramids in Egypt? Thomas Kurzipa. Thomas, thank you so much for joining us. Please hit that like and subscribe button. No, I do not believe the Freemasons built the pyramids in Egypt. So let me reframe my notes slightly. I think stonemasons built the pyramids in Egypt, otherwise, known as people who were high skilled in the ability to build things out of stone, whether it be towers or pyramids. They obviously used a great many slaves to do all the heavy lifting, but it was the stonemasons that showed them how to put the stones on one another, as well as how to affix them to each other, as well as how to create angles, right? So it was stonemasons that built the pyramids. The Freemasons came along significantly later at the 1600s, 1634. And as they were developing and creating their rituals, they basically stole, for lack of a better term, but I will say borrowed ideas from and related to the Egyptian philosophy, because at that time, Egypt and probably was very prominent in England, Victoria, London. At that time, it was very common for Egypt to be a very popular subject. That was the ages of, people going and going to Egypt and exploring the pyramids and grave robbing and all that type of stuff. So Freemasonry, its origins are in stonemasonry. So stonemasons built the pyramids, and then that grew, and over time, stonemasonry grew, and an offshoot of stonemasonry became Freemasonry. Thomas, I hope that made sense to you. Please, once again, hit that like and subscribe button. Should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JW, Junior Warden responsibilities to third parties? Yes, 55%. No, 45%. Okay, very cool. So it looks like the yeses are slightly ahead, 6-5. And Thomas, I hope that answered your question. And Mr. Nye, you are absolutely welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Yes. Once operative, now speculative. Perfect way to put it. If I may ask, I've been doing studies. Let me start with you as well, Synthetic. So 36-2, I'm not sure what Tartaria is, but I mean, the stonemasons were the ones who, certainly, if nothing else, designed these amazing stone buildings from around the world, cathedrals, castles, houses, like anything, they, up to, ancient Rome, ancient Greece, it was stonemasons who were designing these buildings. They knew how to, along with other professions, they knew how to work with stone, how to turn stone, how to build items out of stone. So yeah, stonemasons were the ones, obviously with a lot of help from unskilled labor, slave labor, things of that. It wasn't them exclusively, but they were kind of the ones. They were the ones running the show, in a sense, stonemasons, because they had to be, because they knew how to do it. I mean, they were trained how to do it by as from apprentices up. So, eh, what if the pyramids are not? So, I don't believe, based on anything I've seen, that the pyramids are not older than the Freemason organization. I basically stick to the standard timeline, which is, Freemasonry originated approximately 1634 with an official start date of 1717, and the pyramids date to about 3,000 and beyond, 3 to 5,000 BC. So I think 3,000 BC, if I recall correctly. So I have not seen any evidence that Freemasons predate the pyramids. Again, stonemasonry predates the pyramids. I mean, you could argue stonemasonry dates to 3.5 million years ago, when the first hominid ancestor in Africa saw two rocks and realized he could, bash one rock against the other and then form the other rock into a stone tool, right? So you could argue stonemasonry goes back 3.5 million years. But with Freemasonry, I tend to stick to the 1634 date as kind of the date. Peter, are you talking to me? Oh, no, Tartaria comes from the work of Anatoly Fomenko. Worth to take a look. Let me see. I'm curious. Because I've heard the name. I feel like I heard the name in a movie once, but I can't think. Tartaria. It's in Romania. It looks like historical term for Central Asia and Siberia. It is also named a group of pseudo scientific theories that originated in Russia. Okay. I will look it up for sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Interesting. Should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JD responsibilities to third parties? The no's have now come back in the lead. Yes. Oh, Courtney with the jokes over here. Yes, Courtney. Every Mason has at some point or another eaten green beans. So there you go. Coming in with the jokes is Courtney Duffy. Synthetic Future Entertainment. I guess it sounds to me like he's heard some of these jokes over the years as well. So yeah, we've all heard the jokes about green beans. As a rule, I'm happy to let anybody in this chat, but I will say I have threatened some people in the past with removal from the chat for making jokes about green beans, because I, for one, like green beans. I think they're delicious. I will not stand for knocking of the green beans in this chat. Just kidding, Courtney. You can stay. You're good people. I'm wondering if the Tartia is the Mason or Lost Tribes built the kingdoms same as Solomon Temple designs. Well, I mean, there are many. How do I put this? Right, 32. There are many lost Freemasons over the years, just by definition, right? Or not lost Freemasons, excuse me. I misspoke. There are many lost stonemasons throughout the years. There would have to be, right? There have been countless, again, how far back do you want to go? Since the first hominid fashioned a stone tool, there have no doubt been countless stonemasons who have been very well skilled, who pass away. Maybe they passed away in prehistory before there was anything to write or anything written. Like, who knows when. So I have no doubt that much knowledge have been lost by people passing away and not recording it or things of that nature. I'm less inclined to believe it was the idea of like a lost tribe, if that makes sense. It might just be that not everything had the chance to be written down over time, is kind of what I suspect. Should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JW responsibilities? Yes, 47%, no, 53. Interesting. So it's really close. It looks like it's maybe 9 to 8 almost. No one. Well, that's a confusing name. How can you be no one if you're joining us? Just kidding. No one, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. What is it? Satanic? I assume you what is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is not satanic. Freemasonry is a fraternity at its core. By the way, I do want to express once again, I only speak for myself. I just speak for myself. I have been a Freemason since 2007. I'm the currently worshipful master of a lodge, member of 3 other lodges. I don't know everything. I don't claim to. I can only tell you what my experiences in the craft has been and what my researches have been. But Freemasonry is not satanic. Freemasonry is a fraternity based on the European stonemason guilds. And please, no one hit the like and subscribe button if for no other reason than I'll be able to tell people when they ask me who subscribes to you, I'll be able to say no one subscribes to you. Or when people ask me who subscribes to me, I will be say no one subscribes to me, and I will be able to, it'll be true, which I feel like would be kind of funny. Yes, stonemason guilds are tremendous architecture. I concur with that completely. Why is it on everything? I'm not sure what you mean by everything. I mean, Freemasonry at various, I suspect no one that you are falling into what is known as, if I recall correctly, frequency bias, otherwise known sometimes as blue car theory. So it's this idea that if you buy a blue car, suddenly you see blue cars everywhere. If all you're thinking about is Freemasonry, you're likely to see it pop up everywhere because you're more attuned to it, but it's not actually any more common than anything else. I kind of fell into that trap as well. When I joined Freemasonry, because I was thinking about it so much, I saw it everywhere, right? But part of the other thing to keep in mind is it's on a lot of things because it was so popular at different points in history. You got to remember the thing about Freemasonry is when it officially, quote unquote, officially formed in 1717, there was no social safety net like there is now. There was no welfare state. There was no, like, if you got sick, you couldn't go, you couldn't rely on like Medicaid or Medicare or the NHS. So people needed to join these groups as a social support network and safety net. And then in the 1920s, people started joining because they came back from World War I and wanted to maintain that sense of fellowship that they had. The 2 biggest Masonic boom periods in terms of membership were both driven by veterans returning from war and wanting to maintain a sense of fellowship and brotherhood in their lodges. And so, at its height, 10% of the adult male population approximately were Freemasons. So of course, by nature, it's going to become popular. People are going to be talking about it. People are wearing the rings. But it became prevalent because it was so popular for a time. Is it political? It is not political. It is not religious. It is neither of those things. It is a fraternity. 7th Degree Vision. Hi, 7th Degree Vision. Thank you so much for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I'd very much appreciate it. Answer the poll question. I believe we live in the Truman Show. Do you mean you believe we believe in a simulation of some sort? I'm not sure what you mean by Truman Show exactly. Can you explain the 2 pillars? Who said? Ryoshi Shibone. Forgive me if I got that wrong. Can you explain the 2 pillars? I think you're referring to the 2 pillars mentioned in Solomon's temple, which I believe is actually mentioned in the Bible as well. I mean, they have Masonic symbolism. In Freemasonry, after being formed, we had to develop rituals and a sense of regularity. And in many cases, we used Egypt. We also used King Solomon's temple and the pillars as, in our sense, kind of to provide some moral lessons and moral teachings. So Seventh Degree Vision, hi. Please hit the like and subscribe button and let me know, Seventh Degree Vision, how you came across our stream. I'd love to know. I've seen blacks with the rings and whites with the rings. All colors. So yeah, so we actually talked about this yesterday for Black History Month a little bit, no one. So Freemasonry, to be a Freemason, and I'm speaking traditionally, there is Freemason for women, which I can talk about on probably another stream. But basically, to be a Freemason, you have to be a man, you have to be of a certain age. In Ontario, you have to be 21 or over. In most states, it's 18. You have to believe in a supreme being, which can be anything from Christian faith to Muslim faith to Jewish faith to Indigenous and First Nations. That's it. So, any race is welcome to join Freemasonry. Now, Freemasons are human beings, which means they are susceptible to the same flaws as any human being. There was a time, and I just did this like yesterday, but in the late 1700s, there was a gentleman named Prince Hall who was a former slave. He tried to join a lodge in Boston, Massachusetts. This was in I forget the date, 17 something. He was denied admittance because of his race. And he ended up going through England, but forming what we would call Prince Hall Freemasonry, which was initially for African Americans and blacks to join. But now there is no distinction. So, for example, I could have, if I wanted to, join a Prince Hall Lodge here in Ontario. African Americans, African Canadians, black men join Masonic, are part of my Masonic Lodge. So the distinction doesn't exist anymore. That was a relic of, a racist time in America, unfortunately. But it did, even though it was unfortunate, it did result in the creation of Prince Hall Freemasonry, which is a very important and vital part of the Masonic family. Also, you mentioned before, you said moral how. So moral in a metaphorical sense. So for example, when I say moral how, so for example, one thing you'll hear Freemasons talk a lot about is, and it's interesting because these expressions have made their way into the general world. We'll say somebody's like on the level. Well, from a practical sense, a stonemason would speak of something being level in the sense of it being perfectly flat. So you can then put other things on top of it. It's not going to fall over, right? It's a level plane. For us, when we say on the level, we mean we're being fair or honest, square conduct. So it's a way to take these ideas of stonemasons, as stonemasons would physically build a structure out of stone and implement their practices. Freemasonry, we take these same practices and ideas and apply them to ourselves to build ourselves into better people, or at least more moral people, as far as we can understand it. Level Earth, perfect example. I'm not a Satanist. I believe in spirituality, but I was told Satanists were allowed. I hope not. Well, so to be a Mason, you need to believe in a supreme being. In theory, if somebody came and said their supreme being is Lucifer, I mean, I suppose you would have to say, okay, you believe in a supreme being. But in my experience, so I had this happen to me once. Somebody called my Masonic Lodge, asked if they could join. And they said they're interested in joining because, they worship Satan. So I came, I talked to them about what Freemasonry is and what we do. And then they decided they didn't want to join because, it wasn't ultimately keeping with their ideas. An example I might use is, I used this yesterday. Let's say you had somebody who was a Nazi, who believes in a supreme being, is a man, and is of age. And this Nazi says, okay, I want to join Freemasonry. Well, technically, maybe he'd be allowed to join, but he's not going to want to, because in Freemasonry, we welcome and respect all faiths and all men. So very quickly, he's not going to want to join. And that's been my experience with Satanists, right? I never actually met a Satanist who is a Freemason, because in my suspicions, they would not actually want to join based on their understandings of it. Brother Robert Uzel wrote a great book, Prince Hall Freemasonry in the Lone Star State. Okay, yesterday we talked about Prince Hall Freemasonry in Louisiana, as well as more generally, right? It's interesting because Prince Hall Freemasonry really did start as a New England Masonic order, right? First in like the Massachusetts area, went to Rhode Island, went to New York, went to Pennsylvania, and then moved west with the expansion of the states, and then moved to Canada, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a really fascinating part of it. Lucifer, yeah, actually interesting, Peter, when you talk about Luciferianism and Satanism. I am going to have another podcast episode, an actual pre-recorded episode with somebody by the name of Core soon, who we'll talk about that distinction, because she's into spirituality. We're going to talk about spirituality and some potential connections with Freemasonry. I stress potential, though, because I'm learning more about it. It's fascinating. She's a really cool person. I really love getting to meet her a few times. I can't wait for the interview. I can't wait to just go back to doing interviews again, going back to actually doing proper interviews. And I love these live streams, but, my friend is Prince Hall, first degree. He said Lucifer is whom they worship. I've known many Prince Hall Freemasons. I've sat in meetings, never seen any of them talk about Lucifer. So I'm not sure if your friend is actually Prince Hall, maybe clandestine. Bush's Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is a fraternity. It is not connected to Freemasonry. It's just another type of fraternity that exists in the college section. Can you explain the pyramid on the dollar bill? So if I recall correctly, I speak only for myself and my limited knowledge. I think from what I recall, I need to double check this. Ben Franklin, who was a Mason, he hired somebody to design the dollar bill. The person he hired was not a Mason and put the unfinished pyramid on not as a Masonic symbol, but more as a expression of the unfinished nature of the work, how you're always working harder, combined with also the all-seeing eye, which is a Masonic symbol, but also pops up in many other types of symbols and types of groups. So I don't believe there's a Masonic connection to it. I could be wrong. The G is a representation of the Grand Architect. The G is a representation of a few different things. What I'll say is it's a secret. You got to join. So men only is. So first of all, no one. I do want to mention something, and this is something I always try to mention. Freemasonry is also women are involved in Freemasonry in numerous ways. There is Eastern Star, which is a order for women to join under the Masonic family. To join Eastern Star, you need to be either married to the mother of, sister, or daughter of a Freemason. There is also Rainbow Girls, which is for young women ages 11 to 21, if I recall correctly. I've always got the ages mixed up, but I believe 11 to 21. And there is also what's called the Order of Women Freemasons, which started in 1908 in England and is becoming more and more prevalent. It is recognized, but not, how do I put this? There's different ways to define it. The point is, they can, an Order of Women Freemasons can meet in my Masonic building, but I would not, as a man, I would not be able to attend their lodge, nor could any of them attend my lodge during a meeting, if that makes sense. But I mean, United Grand Lodge of England has talked about it. Freemasonry is for both men and women, and I do believe that. So when it comes to my lodge, though, men only. I've never seen a definition of men when it comes to Freemasonry. I've never seen like an official definition written down. It's just kind of taken as course. The so I before I speak anymore, I am going to once again just express that I speak for myself exclusively and nobody else. I don't speak for any Masons or make any official Masons. I only speak of my with my Masonic training and my opinions. If you're asking when you say, how do they define men? If you're asking in terms of transgenderism, I am a big believer in the United Grand Lodge of England's approach to it. That is one jurisdiction. Um, United Grand Lodge of England allows trans men to join and considers them to be men for the purpose of joining Freemasonry, which I agree with that approach. I think UGLE is right, and I think transgender, if you're a trans man, then you should be allowed to join Freemasonry. So that's my opinion on that. Take it for what it's worth. Different jurisdictions have different rules. Is there a supreme being for Masonry? So there's not a supreme being. There are individual supreme beings. Every person has to believe in a supreme being, but that supreme being is between you and your belief. So, for example, like so in a lodge, and people talk this above, you will have Christian Freemasons sitting with Muslim Freemasons, sitting with Jewish Freemasons, sitting with Indigenous or First Nations Freemasons, Hindu, Buddhist, and then some who have no particular belief, but rather will just, have spiritual beliefs and believe in a supreme being. So, yeah, so there is no single supreme being, right? If that makes any sense. I don't know who Allah Akbar. Oh, I think Allah Akbar, you mean like Muslim faith? I think. But yes, you can have somebody believing in, you can have a one person believes in, let's say, is Catholic or Protestant, and one person who's Muslim, one person who's Jewish. Okay, God is great. So, and that is one of the things I love most about Freemasonry is the fact that it brings men together of all different faiths. And we have what's called an altar where we will place what we call volume of the sacred law on it during a meeting. Most of the time, by default, that is a Bible, because especially in Canada, even if somebody's spiritual and doesn't necessarily have a belief in a particular supreme being, they're more than likely to you need to have a book on there, so they'll more than likely just pick a Bible because it'll be what they're culturally most familiar with. But I have also seen on the altar a Quran, a Torah. I've even seen an eagle feather for an Indigenous person. And then we have also seen on there or heard of Hindu books on there. So, different things get on there. It's really interesting. I think that's one of the best parts of being a Freemason is the ability for men of different faiths to come together. I hope that answered your question. Why do you have to have a supreme being belief? It goes back really to the idea of, well, there's different explanations for it. Honestly, what I would view it as, sorry, I'll get to your question in just 1 second. Donald, what version of the Bible? It depends on the lodge. I feel like by default, it's the King James version, I think. But I mean, I don't know enough about the different versions to be able to say for sure. And I do think it really is going to depend on the lodge and what they have kind of in their offices, in their records, what they keep. So in terms of why you need to believe in a supreme being, a lot of it is inertia, and I don't mean that in a negative way. Freemasonry was formed in 1770. Well, 1634 to 1717, pick your date. It was formed at that time, where belief in God would be kind of necessary for almost membership into any group. Some now say you have to believe it because you are asked to, when you join Masonry, take an obligation. If you're not taking obligation with a belief in some type of divine, some type of supreme being, I should say, then there's the idea that that obligation will mean less. For example, it's why in court for forever and ever, it was expected that if you're going to swear to tell the truth, you couldn't just swear to tell the truth. You had to swear on a Bible. You had to swear on a, Quran. You had to swear on something because that demonstrated more of a legitimate oath than if you don't believe in anything, kind of, or you don't believe in any supreme being, kind of thing. And so that is also kind of one of the arguments for it. And a lot of it is just, again, Freemasons, we try to maintain traditions to connect each other through the ages. So a belief in a supreme being was a necessary part of joining in 1717. It was a necessary part of joining when my dad was a Freemason, or my grandfather was a Freemason, my dad, and it's a necessary thing for me to join. And for me personally, I can say I don't have a belief in a particular religious faith. I don't believe, for example, in necessarily. I don't believe the Bible's got it right, nor do I believe the Torah, nor do I believe any one religious faith has it correct. But I do believe in a supreme being, and I believe a supreme being that wants me to try to live a good life, or a moral life, I should say, and will make his will kind of known to me. No, I don't think it's one world religion, and no different than it's not one world politics, right? Because in Freemasonry, we have conservatives, liberals, New Democrats, we have Democrats, Republicans, we have men of all different political beliefs sitting in lodge. That doesn't equate to one world political system. In the same way, having multiple faiths, so it's kind of understood, if I'm a Christian and I'm taking an obligation, I'm taking it to what's understood to be my supreme being, which will be different than somebody else's, but that doesn't mean it's one religion. Because certainly when they leave, they go to their own faith houses and practice their own faiths. Inertia, cyclic discipline. Inertia does equal. Well, when I say inertia, I was using a metaphor in the sense of like, when I say inertia, what I mean by that is like, and it's a metaphor for just practices and beliefs have inertia. So if somebody believed something over, if a group did, if a group has a certain rituals that they practice, then over time, those practices are going to develop a certain inertia, and they're going to keep on practicing them. I understand inertia in a physics sense, energy plus mass. I just mean, if, and the same thing true for life, right? Like if if every day I wake up and the first thing I do is grab a cup of coffee, eventually that practice is going to develop into me, and that practice is going to develop its own inertia, and I'm going to keep doing it. For example, another thing I would give an example is if I drive to work every day in the exact same path, sooner or later I will start to kind of zone out, and I'll get in my car. I'll end up at work. I won't remember how I got there necessarily because I, do that every day. So that practice has developed its own kind of inertia where it's just something I always do. And it becomes a very hard habit to break. Habits do have a type of inertia. Sure, habits. There you go. Can one join if they believe they are one of the gods? You would have to talk to your Masonic lodge. I've certainly seen enough people with very broad definitions of supreme being to count. But what I would say is the most important thing is you speak to your. So if you're interested in joining, you need to approach a Masonic lodge. You can write them a letter like I did, say you're interested in joining, give them your contact info. They will come out and meet with you, and then you can talk to them and you can say, I believe I'm one of the gods, and they need to expand on that a little bit. With Peter, who I do like Peter a lot, he's a very good Mason, very good dude, but I would hesitate slightly with an automatic no. You need to go into more detail as to what you mean by that. Do you mean you believe that we are all part of the gods and we are all representative of a higher being? What I'd say is you would need to discuss that a little bit more in detail with your sponsors. So I wouldn't say it's an automatic no, but I would say need a little bit more to go into what that exactly means. Bible Bound, thank you so much for joining us. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. It's great to have you here. And I would love to chat with you some more. Interesting. Should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their data responsibilities to third parties? Yes, 36%. No, 64%. Interesting to see the no's kind of taking up ahead of the yeses. For a while, there was pretty even. Thank you, everybody, for being part of this stream. It's been a great stream so far. I do these every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, and I love to do them. So let's keep up the conversation. I do have a Masonic meeting tonight, but I can go for a little bit longer. So anything that you guys want to talk about, we can go back to talking about our good friend, Old School Kevmo. I say good friend, I don't know him at all, but I love his channel and I love what he talks about when it comes to chatting. Bible Bound 333. If you could let me know if you could let me know how you found us. Was it an algorithm? And also, I can't tell if you're pro Freemasonry, negative Freemasonry, you have questions about Freemasonry. Now's your chance. Well, interesting, Peter. This is going to get us into philosophical topics. If you don't mind, just 1 second, I'm going to go and turn on another light because I feel like the light's getting kind of glaring right now on me. Might scare some people. I'm going to go over here, actually. I think that might soften it a little bit. So with no one, sounds funny to say, and Peter, I am a little bit more Kantian, if that's the right term, when it comes to this type of philosophical ideas of accountability. I do think it is possible to say, how do you put it? So it is possible to imagine an action, then say, okay, if everybody acted that way, how would the result, what would the result of that action be? And from there, you can kind of figure out that that's a bad thing and not to do it because, you want life to be good for people, but even if you don't, you want at the very least life to be good for yourself. And if you go around lying and stealing and cheating, what's to stop people from doing the exact same thing to you, right? I think that Kant does have some value in that. So I'm not 100% convinced that belief in a supreme being is necessary to define a higher morality. Yeah, I would say what I would say is it's more about, how do I put it? It's more about being able to extrapolate your actions, right? For me, my belief in a supreme being, it probably is, I recognize it's an irrational belief. Anthony Westcott, heyo. I understand that, but I can't, hear the first chords to my favorite songs like Simple Man or Prodigal. I can't look at, a river, a beautiful sunset, whatever it might be, and I can't not feel like there's something greater than myself that is responsible for it. Even though from an evolutionary perspective, I can probably make an argument as to why things are beautiful, why things sound beautiful, why beauty exists. It's very hard for me at an emotional level to get to that place and not believe there's something greater than myself out there. And also not believe that if there is something greater than myself, then in a very general sense, he would favor virtuous actions. Um, I don't, and would in some ways kind of make his will known, if for no other reason than through geometry. The fact that we have an ordered universe, the fact that we can use Pythagoras' theorem to create a right angle, the fact that the fact that you can understand the universe. I kind of take the Einstein view of God in that sense, which is God is the mathematical representation of the universe in some ways. I would say I'm more on the deist side in the sense I'm not necessarily as quick to believe that, in miracles, things of that nature, but I have a very hard time not believing in some type of creation. God is very real. Conscience is an aspect of God. We are created in his image. So for God to fully manifest, he must become human. That's who we are. Very cool. That is awesome. Very well said, Anthony. Thank you so much for being here. By the way, please, if you could take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Everybody who's joining us. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the better it is for this channel. Please answer a poll question. Synchronicity, I would say that. I mean, again, I'm not a huge fan of the term miracle. I can't necessarily get there to this idea of miracle. I tend to believe it's just a good thing, and I have to give thanks to that good thing to something, right? And the reason it exists is because of this creative force. That doesn't mean that he then, after he created, he then stepped in and creates the things. It's just he provided an opportunity for the good to exist. And maybe part of that means he had to provide an opportunity for the bad to exist too. Who knows? But he provided that opportunity, so we should still be grateful. You can't think about God and know God. Do you agree? Do I agree? Got to think about that one. I don't think, I think I know what you're trying. You sound almost to me like Pete Holmes. He's this comedian who's been really focused on spirituality lately. He was actually on this podcast by George Janko. He talked about his spiritual views. I think you kind of sound to me like that's what you're getting at, this idea of like the thinking like clouds things, like when you are truly in the presence of God is when you kind of try to empty yourself out as much as you can. You empty out your mind, you empty out your thoughts, and you just kind of be in a state without necessarily thinking about it. I don't know though. I'm not sure if I can get there. I think thinking is probably pretty necessary to understand more than kind of the state of being. Yeah, his name is Pete Holmes. He's a super interesting guy. I like some of his comedy. He was Christian for many years. He switched over to being more spiritual. He's interesting though. Do you have any? Oh, do you have any favorite Masonic jokes that are forwarded? Okay, here's my favorite Masonic joke. How many Masons does it take to screw in a light bulb? I'll let you guys answer it in the chat. While you're answering it, please hit the like and subscribe button. Tomb of Illumination. I will check it out for sure. Thank you so much for letting me know about it. I will 100% look it up. No More Secrets. I think this chat is not even human. Well, Tazanon, I promise you I'm human. Please hit like and subscribe, by the way. I'd very much appreciate it. I think so. Yeah, Pete Holmes is a really interesting guy. I think he's like friends with John Mulaney and stuff. Anyways, I don't know a lot about him, but I saw this interview he did where he was talking about his kind of spiritual journey, and he kind of had this idea of the truest form of being is like when you kind of stop thinking and just exist, almost like you in a deep sleep. Um, if you were to, I suppose, like I said, I think he kind of talks about it a lot on the George Janko show he did. Donald Plasky, none. Nope, that's not it, but good guess. Very good guess, but no. I'll let you try again in a couple minutes. I have no idea what. So, hello, Jesus Works 93. Let me know how you came across our chat if you could, or please hit the like and subscribe. Actually, interesting, Donald Plastic. Ego gets to know that it's 100% something that Pete Holmes talked about, actually, quite a bit. So, yeah, he talks about ego getting in the way. Robbie K, Jesus is Lord. Sounds good to me. He is not mine, but I support everybody's right to believe. Ego gets in the way of the self. Right? Ego gets in the way of the self is what Pete Holmes would say. Ego gets in the way of knowing God, I think is what Pete Holmes would say. I have no idea what the little boy bride ritual is. I've never heard of it. My suspicion is it's either faked and a deep fake, or it is a clandestine group, or it is a group pretending to be Masons in order to cast dispersions upon my craft. But I don't know any particular reference. I am almost 64 and I've been a truth seeker most of my life. Cool. Yeah, I don't know nothing about it, but it sounds like nonsense to me. Maybe that is some 8,356 degree stuff. Yeah, there you go. Well, that's one of the tricks, Peter. So I'm glad you bring that up. That's one of the things I've noticed, right? Because part of being anything is eventually you realize how little you actually know, right? Which is a really wonderful place to be, because before I was a Mason, I knew, okay, I don't know anything. Then I joined, and for the first few years, I felt like, okay, I'm learning a lot. And I got to this point where I was like about 5 years in, where I felt like I know everything. I've got it all figured out. I know everything about Freemasonry. I'm set. And now that I've been about 20 years a Mason, I realize I don't know anything. There's still so much for me to learn, and so much for me. I'm aware of my ignorance. That doesn't mean I can't talk about it. That's one of my favorite things to talk about, and my experiences and my understanding. But I don't know everything. But a lot of, shall we say, conspiracy theorists, I don't mean the term in necessarily a negative way. A lot of people have negative views on Freemasonry. Let's put it that way. Will say, will say something. I'll say, I don't know anything about that. They'll say, well, I'll say, this is my experience with Freemasonry. They'll say, you just haven't made it to the truth yet. You haven't learned everything. And it's like, well, I can never learn everything. So because I can never learn everything, there's always a possibility that there's something more for me to learn. But that doesn't mean the knowledge I do have isn't valid in and of itself, or doesn't have, some value to the craft, right? Or to people who maybe aren't Freemasons. Because I can say that about anything. Like if somebody comes out to me and wants to teach me martial arts, and let's say they've been doing it for 10 years, and I say, well, you've been doing it for 10 years, so you don't know everything. I'm going to go to the person who's been doing it for 20 years. Well, again, that person who's been doing it for 20 years, I could say, you don't know everything. I'm going to go to the person who's done it for 30 years. Do you know what I mean? So you can always, in theory, find somebody who knows more. But that doesn't, but if you keep doing that, you're never going to find a teacher. You're never going to listen to or believe anything. just like what Ben Sherman is saying. Ben, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Although, Ben, I do have to agree with you. I feel like this is so harsh. I'm going to see if that lightens it up a little bit. I got to agree with you, Ben. Honestly, all you need is 3 degrees. The rest is for ego. And I'm an 18th degree. Having a 33rd, though, you know, the only degrees that matter are the first 3. The rest is for ego. It's kind of like elections. You only need to win by 1 vote. Anything above that is for your ego. I think I respect the Scottish Rite. I think I'm Scottish Rite Mason. Like I said, I'm 18th degree, but practical purposes, the 3 degrees is what truly matters, at least in my experience. Again, speaking for myself. I love what Cyclic said. You know nothing if you think you know it all. Absolutely. If you think you know it all, then first, why would you ever listen to anybody? Because you already know it all. So why do you need to listen to anybody? And B, it's going to be very hard for you to teach anybody because you're probably going to be a crummy teacher because there's going to be things you don't know. Ryoshi Shibone, I thought 33rd was the highest degree. So no, that is a little bit of a misconception. You could say it is if you wanted to, but really, here's the way I describe it, Ryoshi. And I hope this makes sense to you. If I were to, so I graduated law school. All right. So I graduated law school. When I graduated law school, me and everybody else who graduated, we were all lawyers, right? And we're all equal. Some of my friends and graduates went on to practice criminal law, and they had to take special courses in criminal law and special training. Some took family law, some went into corporate law, some went into real estate. And to go into these different specializations, they all had to take different courses in those fields. But you would never say that the corporate lawyer is more of a lawyer than the family lawyer, or is more of a lawyer than the criminal lawyer. They're all lawyers just with different specializations. In Freemasonry, when you get your 3rd degree, that's equivalent to graduating. And you're now a Mason, and you're as much a Mason as anybody else. Some choose to enter into the Shrine. Some choose to enter into York Rite. Some choose to enter into Scottish Rite, where if they enter into Scottish Rite, they will potentially get the 33rd degree. But ultimately, what that is a specialization in Masonry and an honorific in some ways. But you would never say like the 33rd degree Mason is more of a Mason than the 3rd degree Mason, or is more of a Mason than York Rite Mason, right? At the end of the day, the 3rd degree is equal. It's all Masonry. After that, it's about specialization and learning more. But it doesn't make you, you're not more of a Mason. Just like the person who is in corporate law isn't more of a lawyer than the person who practices different types of law. If that makes any sense. Let me know, Ryoshi, if that makes sense. Ben Sherman, I appreciate you discussing this. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Please hit like and subscribe. Though I got to say, there really is no degree higher than 33rd. There's different honors you can get above it, obviously, and there's allied Masonic degrees. That's why people call them side degrees. Yeah, perfect. I never heard them defined as side degrees, excuse me. To me, it's usually appendant bodies or appendant degrees, but side works fine too. End to end, we all brothers. Yes. By the way, Skywalker, I'm not sure if you're a Star Wars fan. I've always been a Star Trek fan myself, but you're still welcome to hang out. AI chat has got, I'm not AI, I promise you. I know I may maybe look unfortunate to you or something, or look like an artificial intelligence. I'm a human being. I'm a real human, I promise. But yeah, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I do this every day. I'll be back on tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what topic it is I want to discuss. Oh, I forgot. Sorry about that. I forgot. one more time. What the joke one more time. What is the how many light bulbs does it take to sorry, how many Masons does it take to screw in a light bulb? I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds to answer that question, and then we'll go on. I'm human. I poop daily. Good for you. Intestinal fortitude is, or intestinal gut health is very important. So keep that up. More prunes for you. 33. Good guess, Ben Sherman. But no, keep in mind, this is a Masonic joke. How many Freemasons does it take to screw in a light bulb? The answer, it's a secret. That's the answer. That's the joke. One of my favorite joke. If you none, nope. It's a secret. 22 in the ladder and one told the bulb. I've heard that joke before. Systemic future is laughing. Thank you so much. Robbie K is laughing. Donald Plastic, LOL. The Skywalker, LOL. Thank you. Appreciate that. Give it some more hearts. I agree. That was a good one. I've always liked that. That's always been my favorite Masonic joke. I've said it in Lodge a few times. All right. It has been an awesome chat. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I'm going to be jumping off soon. I do want to mention one more time. If you want to be entered into a contest, go to patreon.com/square-and-compass. Become a patron member and you will be able to sign, you'll be able to enter it into a draw to win a scale model Masonic temple, which you can put in Christmas, and you can put it in Christmas villages, in model train sets, show it off, display it. It looks great with the light in it. You don't even have to become a paid member where you can pay monthly. Rather, you can just join for free and still be entered into the draw. So it has been an awesome stream. You still have a couple minutes, so please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Tomorrow, I'll be back on at 1 p.m. Taz and on Do Not Support Masons. I hope you will. I'm a Mason. Please support me. I'm, here's what I'll say, Tazanon. I've said this kind of before. I'm a fan of professional wrestling. I don't know if you might be or not, but there's this professional wrestler. Once upon a time, he said, look, I can't convince you that I can't convince you that professional wrestling is real, but I can convince you that I'm real. By the same token, what I would say is I can't convince you that Freemasonry is good, but I can convince you that I'm good. And I hope in the stream, if nothing else, even if you still are not a fan of Freemasonry, hopefully you at least recognize that I'm coming from a good place. So, oh, sorry, I was going to jump off, but I do want to take a moment. I met Sergeant Slaughter. That is awesome. I mean, when I was a kid, so I was born in, I'm 41 now. When I was a kid, I hated Sergeant Slaughter, hated him. But, all right, Q official. Sorry, buddy, but I'm going to have to. Don't like you talking that way about my friends. Going to have to put you in a timeout. Rev 311. I will check out Team Illumination for sure. Username name Jeepers. I agree, Jeepers, but that's okay. I'm still not going to say, I don't. He can think whatever he wants, but don't like him talking too much negative about my friends. Lucky numbers. Thank you so much for being here. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Username, wrestling fan. You too close to the mic. Yeah, I'm not the best at this. Does this sound better? Lucky number 7. You should have let the trumper talk. Well, you gotta pick your spots. People are gonna be what they're gonna be. What can you do? So username, you said you're a wrestling fan. Who's your favorite wrestler? Mine of all time is John Cena. I actually got this tattoo. I don't know if you guys can see it well, but it says the next one because John Cena, whenever people would ask him what his favorite wrestling moment was, he would always say the next one, or his favorite match, he'd say the next one. So that's become my answer. When people ask me what my favorite Masonic moment is, I always say the next one. Undertaker, class pick. Nothing's wrong with that. Earthquake. Wow, good answer. That's really cool. I haven't heard Earthquake brought up as a favorite wrestler in forever. That is awesome. I remember when he squashed literally with his move Hulk Hogan, and they had the thing where they were saying he was in the hospital. That was as a kid that crushed me. So good for you. Good to give some love to John Tenta. He deserves it. He was a great monster heel. Great. If I understand, a really friendly guy too. Before I go, I do want to mention, interesting enough, should Masonic lodges consider outsourcing their JD responsibilities to third parties? Yes, 41%. No, 59%. So the no's ahead of the yeses, but not by as much as I thought, which is super interesting. Nobody knows everything, Tanzanon. All right. I do have to. Oh, Dennis, what is JW? Junior Warden. So Junior Warden is a person responsible for making sure that there is refreshments, food and beverages, either before lodge or after lodge, or sometimes in both cases. Rev 311, my crown. Can you? Sure. But I mean, I'm hesitant to, because you're going to be disappointed because it's so boring. There are 2 types of meetings that will take place. Either then you're going to be really boring because there is no grizzly shit. So I'm very sorry to disappoint you. Well, I mean, when you say not the lies, so I'll go to Dennis's question, actually. It's interesting because being a junior warden and making sure to prepare the food for the brothers, it's really challenging for different reasons. First, you don't know necessarily how many you're going to get. You could get between 7 to 30 people in attendance. So you're always trying to figure out how much to prepare. Then you also have to consider dietary restrictions for individuals. Vegetarians, do they have food allergies? Could they actually get sick if they eat the wrong thing? So you have to keep that in mind. And then you have to keep in mind the idea of money and budget. And do if you're feeding 30 people, how much do you spend? And then the junior warden himself might have a family, might have work. And so with all that in mind, does it make sense sometimes for lodges to say to junior warden, we'll let you find a professional chef, somebody, we'll set a budget, you pay him, but in exchange, you be the liaison and you communicate with the person, the third party, in terms of what it is and how you want the meals you want to have. Sorry, Mike D. How can you become a Mason if you want to pursue it, but you don't know any? Well, I guess in theory, Mike D, you know one now, you know me. So thank you so much for being on the chat. Please hit like and subscribe, by the way. I mean, at the start, what you got to do is you basically have to go into Google, find a Masonic lodge that's close to you, and get in touch with them to be one, ask one. And you just explain you're interested in being a Freemason. So, you don't have to have a family connection. What I did when I wanted to join Freemasonry here in Windsor is I looked up the Masonic Temple and wrote them a letter and explained who I was and that I was interested in joining, put my contact info down, and they got in touch with me. So that's kind of how you start. You just Google, basically. The nice thing about Freemasonry nowadays is it's on Google, so the locations are, and it's easier to find who to contact and contact information. Oh, so you're just a lackey? I guess I am. I like to think I'm a little bit more than that, but whatever. I'll take it. I'm just a lackey. Somebody called me a bean cooker at the last stream, implying that I was just the guy who cooked the beans and didn't actually know anything. Which, by the way, cooking beans is hard. So don't knock green beans. Is JW a stepping stone position, or how do you become a JW? So in Freemasonry, there is basically a course of offices that you have to take. And the goal is to try and teach you the kind of administrative operations in a lodge. So it's a democracy. You get voted into the position every year. A Masonic lodge will host what's called their elections, where they will elect people to different positions, elect members to different positions. One of those positions will be Junior Warden. So if they choose to, they will elect you to that position. And then it is kind of a stepping stone position in that after Junior Warden, you can potentially be voted in as a Senior Warden and then as a Worshipful Master if you've done, a good job and they feel you're ready to proceed. And so, yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Rev 311. You, sir, are incorrect. But nonetheless, I guess everybody gets to have their opinions. Jeffrey Patterson. Oh, please. Yeah, this guy is exposing Freemasonry. I don't know if you're saying this guy as in me exposing Freemasonry in a positive or negative way. I don't even know if this guy being capitals means anything, but nonetheless, I do appreciate you being here. Jeffrey, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I would be hesitant to say exposing. I'm not trying to expose Freemasonry because I don't think there's anything to expose. It's more like it's something I love to talk about. It's something I love. I've been a Freemason since 2007. I love it. And I created Square and Compass Promotions, which is the channel this is on, to talk about it and to explore the ways in which Freemasonry is relevant to the communities in which it is located. So that's kind of the goal of it. So yeah. The Ultimate Warrior, great choice. Well, when people are on the internet, they feel like they can say anything, Dennis. So it's unfortunate, but I just put them in timeout. Sometimes I do like talking to people that have negative views of Freemasonry. I'm fine with that. But if they start throwing allegations, then yeah, I will hit the timeout button and remove them. So, and I'm sure, Dennis, by the way, I would be willing to bet, I'd be willing to bet a few bucks that if you were to ask him if he had proof, he would say he would. And then what he would do is he would either show you articles written about Freemasonry or videos or something. The problem is, again, anybody can write anything and anybody can make any type of allegation. And there's also such a thing as clandestine Freemasonries or people pretending to be Freemasons and saying things and doctoring photos as a way to cast dispersions on the craft. So I've known people, and this is true for almost all conspiracy theories, right? I know somebody who is convinced, I don't want to get into this whole thing. I know somebody who's convinced that Joe Biden, is actually not a real person, but an actor. And I asked him he thinks it's Jim Carrey in a mask. I asked him to provide proof. He showed me an article somebody had written with some pictures that were clearly doctored. So it's like, yeah, people believe dumb things. Nothing you can do about it. Ken is gone. No, Ken is gone. Thank you for joining us. Please hit the like and subscribe button. No, JW stands for Junior Warden. So in Freemasonry, Junior Warden is the person responsible for providing food and refreshments. Exactly. I know somebody. Um, Providing food or refreshments to a Masonic lodge, either before or after a meeting. No worries, Ken. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. So obviously it's really, really hard because being you don't know how many members of the lodge are going to show up for meeting. You also have to combine that with all of your other responsibilities in your day-to-day life. Yes, Junior Warden, you have to, deal with that as well as your family, your work. You also have to deal with the budget of the lodge. Costs are going up, and you also have to deal with the different financial or different dietary restrictions that everybody has in a lodge. All that stuff makes it super, super challenging and super hard. And we're always saying information, you got to put work and family first. Does that mean maybe lodges need to be willing to spend a little bit of money to hire professional chefs to take care of these responsibilities? When I say third party, that's kind of what I mean. What's the difference between the Scottish Rite and the York Rite? I think it's called. So you're right. There's also Shrine. Scottish Rite and York Rite are what's called appendant bodies. They are, after you've got your third degree and you're a Mason, it's still a possibility to learn more about the craft and take part in different ceremonies and rituals. Scottish Rite and York Rite are two ways you can do that. So it's a way to expand more in Freemasonry. I am Scottish Rite. I never joined the York. I don't know a ton about the York Rite. I want to learn more. Scottish Rite, it's more studies the philosophical underpinnings of Freemasonry, basically. It's kind of the philosophy. People have called it the College of Freemasonry. You learn more about kind of the underpinnings of Masonic history and the stories behind it. Francis Perot, non-Mason, thank you so much for joining. I do appreciate it very much. I do these streams every day at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to do another one tomorrow, also at 1 p.m. Eastern. On Thursday, we're going to do another one, and that one is going to feature my friend who's going to talk about the paranormal. So it's going to be a lot of fun. But thank you to everybody who's joined so far. It's been an awesome stream thus far. So thank you, everybody who's been a part of it. Hope that you will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. All right, guys, I got to run though, because I do have ironically enough, I have a Masonic meeting I got to get to tonight. Thank you, everybody who's been here. I really appreciate it. Have a great night. Thank you, Tazanon. I do appreciate it very much. Peace out, Synthetic Future.